Good morning. I see it's 8 o'clock. And so, Madam Director, I wonder, just for the record, being as we're all fairly remote, I wonder if we should do a roll call.
Certainly, Governor. We should let the record reflect that Governor Gordon is in fact here. I can see Superintendent Balo, Auditor Racinas. Let's see, I am not seeing the treasurer. Or the secretary.
Do we have the secretary?
I'm not seeing either of them, Governor. Maybe a second or two here.
Okay.
Nevertheless, with the three, I believe you do have a quorum.
Now let's give it a moment or two. It's about 8:01 right now, and then we can proceed. Just for the order of the day, could you review that for us, Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We recommend that the board first convene as the Board of Land Commissioners, as we have some 200 funding recommendations for the Coronavirus Relief Grant Program on the Slib side. So in our mind, it makes sense that we address the Land Commissioner agenda first. Mr. Chairman, it looks like the secretary has joined. Still not seeing the treasurer, however.
All right. We have a quorum. It's about 8 by my time, 8:02. So why don't we proceed with the preliminary matters on the State Board of Land Commissioners?
Terrific. Mr. Chairman, before we get into the meat of the agenda of the Board of Land Commissioners, I wanted to let the board know that we do have an amendment to the agenda, and this concerns F1, which are consideration of applications for bentonite lease renewal. Staff has asked that we remove 8 applications for bentonite lease renewal from American Colloid Company. And this is in order to consider some new information that we received late yesterday, specifically lease numbers 0-38859 and lease 0-42682 through lease 0-42688. Those are the ones that we would remove from consideration for F1. We anticipate bringing these back to the board for the February meetings consideration. So the leases remaining in F1 will be lease 0-32234, lease 0-40773, and lease 0-42690. Those still remain amenable for your consideration. So I would just note that for the board.
Okay.
So
thank you, and you'll take us to that when we get there.
Correct. I will note that. We believe the rest of the items on that, for that matter, are amenable to the consent list. But I will point that out when we're talking about the consent list, that it would be, if in fact the board wants to go forward with the consent list, F1 would be as amended, which would be just as I presented it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to A, which are the minutes. There are 2 sets of minutes for board approval. There's the August 6th, 2020 Board of Land Commissioners meeting and the October 1st State Board of Land Commissioners meeting. And the board could take them individually if they have changes, or they could adopt them together if there are no changes. And I'll leave that to your discretion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director. And for the record, I'll note the treasurer has joined. What's the pleasure of the board on the minutes? I would entertain a motion either separately or jointly. Or let me ask if there are any corrections on either of those to start with.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the minutes from August 6th and October 1.
Been moved. Is there a second? Been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. And I'll just record that's a thumbs up on the treasurer, the secretary, the superintendent, the auditor, and the governor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided you and the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time to those reports, but if the board has questions, we would stand for questions at this time.
Are there any questions for the staff? Any questions? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, we note that we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance to all the board members, and we have briefed each of them individually prior to this meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
Madam Director, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the following items appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. D1 through D8, E1 through E9, F1 as amended through F3, G1 and G2, I1 through I3.
Members of the board, I would entertain a motion for a consent list that was just enumerated by the director, if you so please.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent list as listed out by the director.
Thank you, auditor. Is there a second? There's a second from the superintendent. The consent list, D1 through D8, E1 through E9, F1 as amended through F3, G1 and G2, I1 through I3. That is the consent list. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the consent list, signify with a thumbs up, and I'll record that. So we have a thumbs up across the board, Madam Director. All commission members saying that. And now I would entertain a motion to pass the director's recommendation for the items on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I would move for adoption of the director's recommendations for the items on the consent list previously mentioned.
It's been moved by the secretary. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the director's recommendations on the items on the consent list, signify with a thumbs up. Superintendent, is that a thumbs up across the board? All unanimous. Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to I4. As I mentioned, with respect to F1, those American Colloid Company leases that we pulled off will be available for the board's consideration likely at the February meeting. So there's nothing further in the board's agenda for today other than the forestry update from State Forester Bill Crapser, and that's I4.
Thank you, Madam Director. Good morning, State Forester. How are you this morning?
Pretty good. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I wanted to report this morning that fire season is over. However, over the holiday, we had a 40-acre forest fire up in Crook County. And for this time of year, it burned quite sportily, but they were able to contain it. Wanted to give you just a quick overview of recap of where we ended up in fire season. This year statewide, we had over 1,000 fires total statewide. About 65 to 70% of those were human caused fires. So we continue to see the trend of more and more human caused fires across the landscape. The state, between our emergency suppression account and our regular state lands budget, we spent somewhere around $8 million on fires this summer from the state. We had the Mullen fire, which was the largest fire in state history. However, between private land and state, we only had about 2% of that fire, which was good for us. Mr. Chairman, we also, as far as state resources, you all know I talked about it a lot this summer. We had single engine air tankers this year that really did a lot of good work for us on initial attack. They responded to 55 fires this summer, which flew over 313 flight hours, which is quite a good utilization of those aircraft. Our state helitack flew on 47 fires. This year, as you know, because of COVID, we didn't have our inmate crews available to go out. We took those staff members and staffed engines with them, and they actually were on 36 fires with the state forestry engines. With the activity we had in the state, between the counties and our agency, we were also able to support a lot of out-of-state fires. We actually had over 300 county personnel on fires on out-of-state assignments. And of our forestry state land employees, we had 15 state land employees that were able to go out of state and assist other states in fires. Mr. Chairman, that's really all I've got is a quick update, recap on fires. I know you got a lot of other things on your agenda, so I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just a quick one. I'm just wondering on the human causations there, how many of those did you characterize as accidental or possibly arson, or I'm just trying to get a feel for that particular part of a human caused fire, whether that we've got a trend of that going up or not.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, I would say we're very fortunate in our state. We have very low occurrence of arson fires. Most of the human caused fires, I would put under negligence instead of even accidental. We have a lot of fires, campfires that are left unattended, exploding targets that are left unattended, trailer chains starting fires. So the majority of our human caused fires are caused negligently, not intentionally caused fires.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any other questions? Hearing none, Bill, I want to express my gratitude to you and your team for really handling this season exceptionally well. I think the early attacks were for the most part pretty darn successful. I think the seats were exceptionally important for dealing with this year. The Mullen fire, you and I traveled through it several times, and I just was very, very impressed with your team. Obviously, an overall effort, but I want to commend you, your team, and all the folks that fought that fire. Actually, it's remarkable that we didn't have more property loss in the process. And I think one of the other things that I wonder if you could just touch on a little bit are the Get Good Neighbor projects and where the standing is on some of those, if you could just sort of explain briefly what those are and how we can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, right now we have 17 Good Neighbor projects with the Forest Service and the BLM going across the state. We have several different agreements with the Forest Service for projects that are being negotiated to be put in place right now. This year, of the 17, 15 of them have timber sale components. This year, with everything else going on, we were able to actually sell about 3.5 million board feet of federal timber. with the Good Neighbor projects, utilizing the state contracts and our state systems. And with agreements we've got in place over the next several years, it looks like we'll have about 30 million board feet of wood, federal wood, that we'll be able to offer through the state system with Good Neighbor. This is really going to be able to leverage what the Forest Service can get done on their land. And right now, especially in the spirit of shared stewardship, the shared stewardship agreement you signed earlier in the year, I think we're moving in a good place with our federal partners being able to work together across the landscape.
Well, thank you, Bill and Director. At some point, I would love to set aside some time on our agenda to have Mr. Crapser really take a look at all of the programs that we're doing, if that would suit my fellow directors. I know we have a very full agenda over the next day and a half or so, hopefully just a day. But really think that would be helpful.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, we'll get that on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Mr. Chairman, that's the end of the formal agenda that we have for the land commissioners, unless there's something else from the board members.
Mr. Chairman,
Let me ask them. Auditor Racinas.
if now is the appropriate time, I would like to bring in a walk-in matter.
Sure, that would be fine.
Mr. Chairman, I know we all well know the time and effort that we put into our vote last meeting regarding the ConnectGen lease in Albany County on state lands. I personally, speaking for myself, have had a chance to do additional research into that issue, including walking the state sections, and there is more information that I would like to delve into. I certainly know that was a difficult vote. And I would like to move to rescind our action denying ConnectGen's lease in Albany County, but I would also like to table the matter until the January 21st meeting. Mr. Chairman, and before I hopefully get a second on that motion, I would just really want to say out loud, I think it's extremely, while we could take up that motion, while we could take up that issue again today, I think it's critical that notice be provided to all parties with plenty of time to again, for all of us to delve in with more information. And I would also just say out loud, I certainly realize that may or may not change the outcome of our vote. My intent would be to give us the chance to delve in, do more research. Again, things that certainly I wish could have been done before, and for a variety of reasons and timelines were difficult, at least for me. That's not meant to be an excuse, but more of a reason. So, Mr. Chairman, that would be my motion, if that's an appropriate motion to make at this time.
Okay, Auditor, you've caught me without my Roberts in front of me, but I understand the intent of the motion. The intent of the motion is to rescind the decision and that we made last meeting to properly notice it for further discussion, and then a motion either up or down before that. So I guess I'm trying to, and I don't know, Mr. Secretary, if Roberts is in your bailiwick, I'm wondering if the appropriate motion is to reconsider by a date certain.
Mr. Chairman, I'll jump in there, and the Secretary can as well. I did consult with the proper order under Roberts, and it appears that a motion to reconsider is only appropriate within the same meeting.
I
But-
see.
So,
Okay.
so, yeah.
Thank you. So that motion is then appropriate. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of discussion and many of the same reasons that the auditor laid out, I will second that motion, and just also add that we as a board have received some updated information. I personally have also had an opportunity to receive updated information. And I think that the additional time may give all entities, including this board, as well as staff, as well as interested parties, an opportunity to continue to make this the most optimal situation for the state of Wyoming, as well as the residents, as well as industry. So with that, I second.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Motion's been made by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to
Mr.
make
Turner.
sure that we do this exactly right, because it's a heated issue on both sides of this, and so we want to make sure that we get the details right. So I'm reasonably certain we can rescind the action that we had on the vote, and essentially that would, I think, place it back into the board's purview of another vote. But I think that, I agree. I think that has to have some notification to it. So I don't think you can do two motions in one motion, which is to rescind and place back on the table at a specific date certain. I think that gets a little cluttery. So I think it may take to do it properly, so we don't have any legal questions, that it may have to have a couple of steps in it. And I don't have my Roberts in front of me, but it just seems like that would probably be the way that we'd have to do it in Masons, but I'm not a Roberts guy. So
Mr. Treasurer, if I understand your point, the vote would be on rescind, and then immediately following that, there would be a motion to table.
yeah,
Is that your
I think so, to place on the table, and then even maybe a third vote to actually put it on the next agenda. I agree with everything that the auditor's trying to do in her one motion. I just think you're going to have to probably do it. Looks like there's 3 steps involved into it. You're rescinding your vote, you're placing it back on the table for action, and then the action would be to move it to the agenda in January. Does that make sense, Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to separate those motions. If that makes us extra sure that's the proper procedure, I'm happy to amend my motion to just step 1, rescind the motion if my seconder agrees with that procedurally.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you,
I
Auditor.
concur.
Okay, thank you. The motion now is simply to rescind the ConnectGen vote that we made last meeting. Is there any discussion on that now clarified motion. Any discussion? All right, with that, all in favor, I think what I'll do is a roll call, and I'm going to start with the superintendent. Superintendent,
Aye.
then it would be the treasurer,
Aye.
then it would be the auditor,
Aye.
then it would be the secretary.
Aye.
And I will record an aye as well. Madam Auditor, do you have another motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we table the Connect Gen state land lease until the January 21st, 2021 meeting of the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Thank you. I think that motion is in order, Treasurer. I think we can table to a certain meeting. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Actually, there's no discussion on a table motion. Sorry about that. All in favor, again, I will go in reverse order. All in favor by roll call. Secretary.
Aye.
Auditor.
Aye.
Treasurer.
Aye.
Superintendent.
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. Thank you. Madam Director, do we have any other items?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Thank you. In the interest of time saved, I'm just going to adjourn this meeting, and which I think is my prerogative as chairman, and we will open the State Loan and Investment Board. For the record, Madam Director, I believe we have all the members of the State Board on at this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item on the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board, we have 3 sets of meeting minutes. The October 27th, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting, September 14th, 2020, and the October 1st, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting. And as with the previous ones, if there are changes, perhaps you would take them one at a time. If there are no changes, perhaps take them as a group. I'll leave it to your discretion.
Members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
I would move that we approve the minutes from the August 27th, September 14th, and October 1st, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meetings.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the Secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye for passing the minutes. Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer?
Aye.
It's an aye. Okay, that carries unanimously. So those minutes are now recorded. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, again, we've provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything further to add at this time, but if there are questions from the board members, we would stand for questions at this time.
Are there any questions for the staff? Any questions? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the board with the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to this meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
What's the pleasure of the board? Well, I would entertain your suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, the following items we believe to be amenable to treatment on a consent list: F1 and G1.
Thank you. Would the board like to move the consent list?
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of items F1 and G1.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries unanimously. Now I would entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation on the consent list previously approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt the director's recommendation with regard to the consent list consisting of items F1 and G1.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I have thumbs up on every screen. So that motion carries. Madam Director, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the list is D, which are state investment matters. Both of these appear to be informational, but I'll certainly yield to the treasurer's office to discuss those. But one other thing is I would recommend that we take K, the Board of Deposits, out of order, as we do after the state investment matters have J1, which are the funding recommendations for the coronavirus relief grants. And in the interest of being efficient, it might make sense to deal with Board of Deposits after the state investment matters.
Thank you, Madam Director. With no objection, that will be how we will proceed. Mr. Treasurer, the floor is yours.
There, the screen was shared and it covered up my mute button for a second, guys. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, we have Josh at RVK here has the consultant report for the quarterly performance and peer data. It's informational only, and I'd ask him to go ahead and proceed with that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Josh, it's good to, Mr. Keevan, it's good to see you. And we look forward to your presentation.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, great to see you as well. And thank you, I believe Lisa's running the slides here. Lisa, if we can go to page 2. A plan for this review is to give you a relatively quick update on the portfolio through September 30th. And then we've got an annual update that we do comparing your permanent funds to other U.S. state permanent funds, which will be as of the calendar year that ended at the end of June. Just a real quick sort of peek at market data here on this page, and you can see on this under calendar year performance, we've just simply lined up each of the different market indices from top to bottom in terms of their performance ranking every year. And then you can see that on the right-hand side of that, the calendar year to date as of September 2020, just to kind of give you a sense for the range of returns we're seeing from the different asset classes that you have in your portfolio, as well as sort of a rank order of what's done well and what hasn't done well. Up at the top here, you see this green box. That's the Barclays Ag, so investment grade U.S. fixed income with about a 6.8% return. Safe fixed income has done particularly well this year in spite of coming into the year with very low starting yields. And that's all a function of what's happened with the yield curve as rates have collapsed this year. That's been through September at least one of your better performers, followed by the S&P 500 at 5.5, so large cap U.S. equities. And really within that, we should note very narrow leadership, specifically the 5 largest companies in that index this year are, at least through September, up somewhere around 50% as a group. And if you look at the next 495 stocks in the S&P, actually still at a loss at this point in time. So very, very narrow leadership. Down near the bottom, MLPs have obviously been the most challenged asset class, given the sort of very poor supply and demand dynamics that have existed in the energy markets this year. And also most other equities at this point in the year down still single digits, small cap, for example, your second worst performer here down about 8.7%. That's U.S. small companies. A lot has changed, and I'm sorry to walk through some numbers that aren't in your materials, but November in particular has been a month that has seen a lot of significant market movement. A couple of things going on there, but probably most notably some very good news on the vaccine front. And even though we're at a point where obviously the virus cases are seeing some very really unfortunate trends, and that likely is not great for economic growth in the next couple of quarters, the market is really looking through that and looking forward to a couple of quarters out, perhaps when the vaccine is more widely distributed, available, and folks are starting to get back to more normal types of activity levels. So in terms of just to update you on some of these numbers, the S&P calendar year to date is now up roughly 15%. Small cap, which I just told you was down almost 9, is now up about 11.5. So that's about a 20% movement since the end of September. International equities are up about 6% year to date. And bonds are still kind of right in that same place. They're a little bit better, perhaps right around 7% on the ag. So Lisa, if we can go to the next page. Wanted to introduce you to just a couple of enhancements that we've made to try to make our reports a little bit easier for you to digest. And of course, we always welcome feedback. So if there's things you like or don't like or would like to see differently, please let us know. But here, this is just a pie chart of the assets and divided into the different pools, the different funds, if you will. Total assets right at about right under 22.4 billion at the end of September. And we've introduced some color coding here. So to walk you around the pie chart, the green funds are in what your investment policy refers to as the longer term total return focused permanent funds, the largest of which is the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. The blue funds are what your policy calls the income focused permanent funds. So funds that have generally a higher guaranteed level of spending that has to be funded by income. So they have a little bit more conservative asset allocation than the total return funds, the largest of which is the Common School Permanent Land Fund. Then to finish out the circle, you have your other reserve type funds, workers' compensation in yellow, Pool A in red, the LISRA in, I guess that's kind of a salmon color there, and the state agency pool in orange. Lisa, if we can move ahead one page. So here we're showing you all of those funds together at the total fund level, what the performance of that has been versus the index. And the index is just a roll up of all of the underlying fund indexes for each of the underlying funds. And you do see some nice positive variance here across all timeframes. The quarter to date and fiscal year to date, obviously, that's just the first quarter of the new fiscal year. And on a calendar year to date basis, you've seen a positive 1.3% return across the funds, and that's about 0.4% better than the benchmark. So that tells you that the combination of all of the activities in terms of investment manager selection and their performance, any intentional or unintentional overweights or underweights of the asset classes relative to the policies, all of those things have added positively to the bottom line over all of these periods. And then the detail on the bottom half of this page is just looking at each of the asset classes themselves. So these are each of the asset classes as defined in your investment policy, all the way from all cap US equity at the top to some of the more opportunistic investments at the bottom. And this is just the fiscal year to date. How has the performance of each asset class been relative to the policy index? And this is just one quarter, so it's not a lot of information yet at this point. But on a fiscal year to date basis, you can see here, not everything is above the index. Small cap equity, for example, that has struggled a little bit in the most recent quarter relative to the benchmark. But when you add all of these up over this fiscal year to date period, at the total fund level, you are seeing that positive variance. Lisa, if we can move ahead, just on the next couple pages, we show you the breakdown of the performance for each of the underlying funds. And you can see we've carried over this color coding. So again, the green being the long-term total return focused funds and so on. The permanent mineral trust, for example, calendar year to date, you've seen positive returns of about 0.5%, and that's about 60 basis points or 0.6% ahead of its benchmark. We've added in a few other markers here, and this is something that the IFC has requested, and these are just intended to be sort of other points of reference. And we've only listed them once, although under the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, and they would primarily be applicable reference points for the permanent funds. But the first is the All Endowment and Foundation universe. So that's looking at a US universe of endowments and foundations, and specifically larger endowments and foundations, so those with greater than $1 billion in assets. And then the second is just a simple 60% global stocks, 40% Barclays Ag. And you can see both of those carry generally more exposure to risk assets, more exposure to equities. And over the past 5, 10, 15 years, more risk has generally been rewarded, especially the last 10 years. And so you can see how like PMTF, for example, stacks up relative to that. I would note the endowment foundation in particular is not a great apples to apples comparison. The endowment and foundation universe largely does not have the same restrictions that you have in terms of some of the things we've talked about related to like an income focused spending policy, where you have to be sensitive to income generation and also sensitive to loss realization. And they generally don't have limits on the exposures to equity that you can have, which in your permanent funds is currently 70%, but for much of this history was actually at lower levels. At the bottom of the page, workers' comp, I would note, has been the best performer on a calendar year to date basis. That's because you've got about 60% of the assets in a liability hedging bond strategy with a duration of about 11 years. So you've got a lot more safe bonds and you've got longer duration here. And as rates have collapsed, that part of the portfolio has done quite well. And then on the next page, I'll just finish up here with the other reserve funds. Lisa, if we can move ahead one page. Thank you. So here you have LISRA. So you actually see 4 pink lines here for LISRA. The total LISRA is the top line, and then there are 3 subcomponents to LISRA. So each of the 3 lines below that represent the long-term reserve, the intermediate term reserve, and the short-term reserve components of LISRA. And then you can see Pool A and state agency pool results there as well. I've got a few other things I was hoping to cover with you in terms of the comparison to other U.S. State permanent funds. But before I move to those slides, I'll stop there and see if the board has any questions. Okay. Great.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Lisa, if we can go to, it's page 30, I believe, in the Slib report here. Great, thank you. So every year we do a survey of what we would consider to be more of your true peers. These, as you can see, are other state level sovereign wealth funds, the permanent funds in the states that you can see listed here. And so we're stepping back in the time machine a little bit, going back to the fiscal year that ended June 30 of 2020. You can see the size of the funds on the bottom. Then at the top, just a few points to note that we do believe that in terms of purpose and primary objectives being intergenerational equity, funded by natural resources, there's a lot of similarities, we believe, in terms of the objectives of these funds. And then Lisa, if we can go to page 32. In spite of that, we see a very wide dispersion of asset allocation approaches across these funds. And this page is intended to be a fairly simple representation of how much risk is in each of the portfolios. And what we've done here is we've lined them up from most exposure to fixed income and cash to least exposure to fixed income and cash on the right. So the farther on the left, the more conservative the asset allocation mix in a fairly simple context. And you can see where the Wyoming funds are here, the PMTF and the Common School Permanent Land Fund. I would note that if we were to show you this 2 years ago, the Wyoming funds would be even farther to the left. So some of the asset allocation changes that you've approved in the last couple of years have moved these farther to the right and have been, we believe, very positive changes. The other thing I would note is you have a wider gap today between PMTF and Common School than has existed for most of the history that we've been involved with, appropriately so because of the higher income needs and sensitivity to income that you have in the Common School Fund. But as we historically, you've seen the performance of these two funds generally pretty consistent with each other. With this difference in asset allocation approach, you'll probably start to see more divergences there as we move forward. If we can move to the next page, Lisa. This chart is really kind of showing you what the everything else is across. So if the prior page was fixed income and cash, you can think of these as the risk assets. So equities at the bottom, US and international in green and blue, and a smattering of different types of alternative investments, real estate, real assets, hedge funds, private equity, and private credit primarily. And the other thing that's somewhat interesting here is you can see that the risk asset composition of these portfolios is there's a lot of variation across funds. So it's not that all of these funds are taking the non-fixed income and just in equities. There's a lot of other diversification in here. Especially as you look over at the left-hand side, some of the funds that have higher total, 80, 90% in risk assets, they actually tend to have fairly low exposure to public equities and levels that aren't much different than the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. but lots of other exposure to things like private equity, more alpha-oriented hedge fund strategies, real estate, et cetera. There are a handful of these funds that have very simple asset allocation structures. Arizona, Minnesota, for example, they actually have very simple portfolios that are just U.S. equities and U.S. fixed income. That's worth noting because it'll tie into the performance comments. Idaho has the highest public equity exposure. You can see there between the blue and the green, roughly 66%. So there's also some division here between simple and more complex, more diversified. One other thing I'd note here is you can see the private credit allocations, and these are largely new. So these are the pink boxes: New Mexico, Utah, North Dakota School Land Board, Alaska. Each of those in the last couple of years has added private credit to their portfolios, largely based on, we believe, the very low prospective returns available from traditional fixed income. And that's actually something we've been discussing with the Treasurer's Office and with the IFC, and something we've been pretty active with our research team on. And so that's something that we expect maybe part of our discussions about asset allocation in coming up here in the February, March, and April period of next year. If we can move ahead.
Josh, could you briefly comment on the risk aspects of fixed income that I guess 30 years ago it was thought that bonds and fixed income was a lot less riskier than stocks, but the markets in the world has changed a bit to where there's a possibility of substantial risk in fixed income compared to what it used to be.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that's definitely something that investors are sorting through. If you look at past equity market corrections like 2000, 2001, 2007, 2008, your starting yield on ag types, investment grade fixed income was much higher than it is today. And even though we would expect that in a deflationary environment, safe treasury assets are still widely considered as a safety asset and probably benefit from a flight to quality. With those yields already at zero, you're just approaching probably the limits of the effectiveness of that, or some erosion potentially of the effectiveness of those assets as a hedge in a deflationary equity risk-off environment. And just by virtue of the yields being practically close to zero, 10-year treasury yields still a little bit under 1%, you just don't have that income cushion there anymore either. So this is, I think we want to be careful about, anything we do as an alternative is not perfect, right? There's anything that you consider as an alternative has potential risks associated with them as well. So we want to be careful about evaluating those. But this is largely what is driving this search for yield and safety in other places than where it's traditionally been found.
Yeah. I just a little comment is one of the things that we've been working real close with the IFC and with CapFin, and we've identified a lot of different constraints that we have. And at some point in time, Mr. Chairman, when we get some consensus and have done some more work on that area, certainly would would enjoy the opportunity to have a half a day or something or whatever that Patrick and Josh think is necessary to kind of get you guys on the same page, more or less, of where we're at on some of these constraints that we have and some of the possible solutions for them. Some of them are going to be within the investment policies, some may be legislatively, and there's possibly some constitutional provisions that may need to be tweaked just a bit too. So, but we're working hard to move the needle in the right direction. Just wanted to let you guys know that it's a full court press on this.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And Josh, one question that I would have, when you look at this collection of funds, how many have moved? I mean, our changes here are relatively recent. We had statutory constraints up until 4 years ago that said we could only have 50% capital stock. The phrase came from the Constitution. And we changed that, moved it up to 70. I think the treasurer is talking about removing that or changing that upper limit so that we can invest much more aggressively into stocks. And I think that's just a statutory change. But as I look at that range of things, I know Alaska's been in place for a number of years, has very different. It's just basically one fund. North Dakota Legacy is more recent. Texas. Those are much older, and they have not sort of labored under those constraints. So do you have a view of who would be a good comparison for us? Because I think, there's been so much change over the last 4 years. I want to give the credit to the treasurer for continuing to move in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a really excellent point, because it really cuts to the heart of the matter on this. And we do have a pretty good sense of what the restrictions are in these other places. And I would start by categorizing the restrictions into two areas. You mentioned one of them, which is the statutory limits on how much can be invested in equities. And then the second would be the functioning of the spending policy. And what I mean by that is is spending only allowed to be funded by income, or have they moved away from that towards more of a total return approach, where they're indifferent in terms of whether or not the spending policy amount is funded by income or just simply the sale of assets. The only other states that have any restriction on equity exposure, to the best of our knowledge, are Oklahoma. I believe Oklahoma limits equities to 60%, and Montana. Montana does not allow investment in equities. So that's, you can see here, those are the two that are more conservative than Wyoming is. Two states have, to the best of our knowledge, are the only ones that have actually undergone the process of a constitutional amendment to remove the restriction that corpus must remain inviolate and move to a true endowment percentage of assets based spending policy. And that would be North Dakota and New Mexico. For the funds that still have the other funds that still have the sort of requirement to not invade corpus, that are farther to the left on this page, they have moved away from this income only spending approach. And it's really interesting when you get into it because everywhere's a little different in terms of exactly how they've set this up. But states like Alaska, Utah, Idaho, I would highlight as sort of some good examples of how they've either used larger reserves or just more of a historical accounting basis to allow them to get away from these accounting definitions to drive how they fund their spending policies.
Thank you. I hit mute, so please, I look forward to that discussion. So that'd be great. Thank you. And thanks, Treasurer, for your work on all that.
The last page, Lisa, I would just turn to in the interest of time, page 37. There's a lot of other great information in here. If anybody has any questions, we'd be happy to speak to it, but just wanted to give you the performance numbers here. You know, not surprisingly, over the last 10 years, as you've had more restrictions, you've had more conservative asset allocation over the longer time periods. Performance has been below median in this peer group. We would note that over the last year, though, you have seen some improvement in that over the 1 year ended June 30, right at the median, with about a 2.3% for both funds. And this was obviously kind of an interesting year where you had 3 really good quarters and 1 really bad quarter in those 4 calendar quarters. And generally speaking, the funds on the left side with better returns are Montana, for example, with all fixed income. And then some of your simpler approaches to asset allocation, just simple US stocks and bonds. Those have really been the best performers, as I noted. So the funds that are just more simply focused on those assets find themselves on the left-hand side of the page over that past year. And I think Patrick may be getting into some of this, but we would say that those funds with these simpler, mainstream US stock and bond portfolios, as we look ahead, are likely to be much more challenged on the return front, as those assets that make up so much of their portfolio are, as we've discussed, I think on a number of occasions now, quite expensive compared to history. And that tends to lead to low future returns. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the time today to go through this. Very much appreciate the opportunity to do that, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from members of the board? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Keevan, and great to see you. I'm sorry we're at a distance, but anyway, it's good to hear from you, and thanks for your work on all of this. Mr. Treasurer, I think the floor is still yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. CIO Patrick Fleming is going to give us a kind of a brief market update and a performance update, and pulls out some interesting points in time in the investment world there. We're moving up against some historical factors, as he points out, and it's going to make investing, I think, very interesting, to say the least, over the next year or two. So, Patrick, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, members of the board. My name is Patrick Fleming, and I am CIO for the Treasurer's Office. What I wanted to do today is just update you and make sure you're aware of some of the conversations that we've had with our Investment Funds Committee, Revenue Committee, and also Capital Finance Committee, to make sure that you're aware of everything that has been discussed leading up to today's meeting. Today, I just want to give just a brief update on the difference from the last meeting that we've had. Really what Josh alluded to before, the largest factor is the phase 3 trials with Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca that has shown very promising results. And so what the market is kind of faced with right now is with the surge in COVID and the expected slowdown that we're going to be seeing in most of the economic numbers over the next few months and quarters, with the outlook of the herd immunity that is probable in Q2 and Q3. And so we're kind of going through this bit of a conundrum right now of looking through near-term, expected near-term weakness for a long-term growth once the vaccines are in place. And so what we have here is a very expensive market in both stocks and bonds. And these are the most expensive that we've seen in a long time. For instance, the left-hand chart here, as you can see, this is the trailing PE on the S&P 500, which at the time was 27. We're up to 28 at this point. And the highest was back here in the dot-com bubble at 28.8. So very expensive on historical basis. But what that really means, also what Josh mentioned, is what happens on the future returns. So you can see on this graph on the right-hand side that when you have a very expensive stock market, future returns are typically muted. And many of the models that we've looked at from a technical or historical valuation model, when you have these types of valuations, equity returns have averaged in the -3 to +3% over that period. This is just showing historically over the last 30 to 50 years where we are in valuations, and we're basically in the 90th to 100th percentile on numerous valuations on the equity market. Whether you're looking at market cap to GDP, enterprise value sales, what have you, this market is very expensive and priced to perfection. I'm not saying that it can't continue to go up. We know what happened in .com, and it continued to become more expensive, just like what we've seen. But typically, when you see these types of valuations, exogenous shocks or something that happens, then the market has a tendency to correct after these valuations. Just to kind of comment on the fixed income side, same situation. We're in the 99th to 100th percentile in valuation on fixed income. So what the treasurer had mentioned before on valuation, our fixed income portfolio is not going to be the panacea for any type of weakness that we've historically seen in equity markets. And in fact, I'd argue that fixed income is as or more expensive and more volatile than many of the equity markets. So, just one comment follow up with what the treasurer mentioned. But one of the problems that we have is we have this allocation of 70% to equities. And our definition of the equities is problematic at this time because, for instance, the current 30-year US Treasury bond, the 1 5/8 of November 50, is yielding 1.68%. It has a duration of 24. What that means is if interest rates go up by 1% from 1.68, today's 30-year Treasury yield, to 2.68, 1%, 100 basis points, that bond will lose 24% of its value. Now you compare that to, for instance, our preferred equities that we own. That has the volatility of less than half of what we're talking about here. So one of the concerns, Mr. Governor, or Mr. Chairman, is that not necessarily changing the 70% equity allocation, but our definition of what is in equities, I think needs to be looked at, and that is what the treasurer had mentioned. We need to spend some time. And what many people have done, and the old 70-30 or 60-40 is really an antiquated view of looking at risk. And I highlight that just in that 30-year example. And instead of looking at risk by a definition, what's called equity, is actually look at the definition or outlook of that asset class and define that as a risk asset, which could fall within that 70% bucket. So that is just one thing I just wanted to mention to the various SLIB members. And this is really what we've talked about through all of those committees that I mentioned before. And I just want to make sure that you're up to date with what we have discussed. But the meat of this will be done in the asset allocation when we meet again later on. So all we've done with the other committees is just presented that information and the problems that we face with two very expensive asset classes in both bonds and stocks. The other issue that we have obviously is our debt level and what's going to happen with interest rates at this time. Our debt levels have gone up dramatically and are anticipated to continue to go up. That's another problem with our bond portfolio. And you know, with the current kind of anticipated split executive branch and legislative branch in the U.S., we would anticipate that we'll still see more debt coming through with phase 4 of the package, the COVID package, but it's not going to be as large as what was anticipated before in what the anticipation would be, which would have a direct impact on the interest rates. And last but not least is just the update on the performance and how we've done. And Josh had mentioned overall what we've done, but also on a quarterly basis, we will just give you what we've done both in the internal and external funds and our alpha produced over that period, and where the funds have done well and where the funds have not done so well. And as you can see, the first performance is in the equity side, which we've done very well with $25 million in outperformance on the alpha production with equities. The hedge funds, we've had a little hiccup there with a slight loss of 4.6 million. And that's due to more of the conservative nature and not participating in this very narrow leadership, as Josh mentioned, with the 5 FANG, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. That is the majority of the movement in the S&Ps. The real estate performance slightly above with 5 million, and then fixed income at 16.7 with a total performance there of about 42.5 million for the first quarter. Last year, the total performance was around 70 million, so we're on target to exceed that in the first quarter. But as we know, it's still very early in the year, and we'll see what happens. But on a quarterly basis, and these are these numbers are required to report to the various other members, the committees, Capital Finance Committee in particular. And so we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the numbers and the presentations that were done to the other committees. So with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. One question. I think as we talk about risk and the challenge with fixed versus and equity-like types of structures, just for I guess my edification, when we talk about risk in the fixed income market, we're really talking about one, earning capacity and what those securities are if you trade them. Correct? Is that, in other words, there's a value to a fixed income security that is measured by ability to produce income, and an interest rate that's associated with that. But I guess the question I'm getting at here, if you have a market correction, are you going to see the same dynamics in the fixed income market that you would see in the equity market? In other words, what will you end up with at the end?
Mr. Chairman, that's an excellent point, because I'll try and break it down into a couple of the questions and points that you mentioned. So first of all, when you're looking at risk in fixed income, there's numerous components of what we're focusing on. And one is the duration risk, which is highlighted by that 30-year treasury. So as interest rates go up, and with the large deficits that we're having, and the market is forecasting that we're going to continue to growth and inflation will go up, then it would be very common that the negative real yields that we'd have, that you would see interest rates go up, which would hurt the portfolio from a duration standpoint. The other area that's not really talked about, which I've mentioned to the board before, though, there's also credit risk. So for instance, the aggregate, so we have 22% in our core fixed income in the total funds. And of that, that's benchmarked by the Bloomberg Barclay aggregate. And so with that, there's a very large percentage in corporate bonds. And what's happened is 30 years ago, those corporate bonds were a fraction of the index. The BBB rated, which is the lowest investment grade rating you can get, BBB minus, and now it's 50% of the index. So we've moved for more credit risk as well, especially with those BBBs. They're the tightest that we've seen ever. They're trading 113 basis points over US Treasuries, a BBB security with very, very high debt levels. So there's also risk within the sectors that you have. You have the aggregate has extended out to over 6 years when it used to be, approximately 4. So we're taking risk there. We're taking risk in the fixed income market as well. So there's numerous areas in the fixed income market that we're looking at as far as risk is concerned there. Then what you're talking about before, as far as the really insurance policy that bonds have provided. So back in 07 or whatever, 10 years were trading above 5%. And so they rallied down, over, about, they were 5.25, they came down about 1.5. You had 400 basis points in that. That was over a 20% return to the funds that bonds provided in this sell-off period. So right now, 10 years, are trading around, 92, 93 basis points. We don't get that type of appreciation in the next sell-off. So they do not offer that type of upside in security, insurance, if you will, that we've had in the past. So that's another issue and the problem with the bonds. As far as the income side of it, and this is the part that we really want to focus on, is we don't have to. If we could change the way we look at the spending policies and have more and be very happy with our liquidity standpoint, we don't have to give up, or we can increase our yield, but we don't have to give up the rating agencies or how we look at as far as valuation is. So you can stay in the same security classification as far as risk, whatever A, BB, BBBs, what have you. But if you move into a less liquid instrument, you could pick up anywhere from 3 to 500 basis points, 3 to 5%, by just giving up liquidity, but not credit quality. And so those are some of the things that we want to look at. But right now, because our spending policy only is about 1.5 years in the PMTF, about 1 in the common school, we're not able to move out of that very liquid asset. As Josh would tell you, we should have about 5 years in the reserve accounts for these down periods, and we don't have that. And so we're not able to take advantage of some of these other opportunities in the fixed income market to pick up a significant amount of yield, but give up liquidity because of some of these constraints that we have. And so those are some of the issues that we need to discuss in this upcoming meeting.
Yeah, and I think that's an incredibly important point. And the trouble is the state depends on that income. It would be wonderful if we could say, we'll take a pause on investment earnings till we have that 5-year buffer. But that may be difficult, particularly with school spending.
Well, there's a way to do it with some different changes in definition, as far as I think Utah has done it with some definitions of the assets under management. You kind of have like now, let's look at the PMTF. We're a little over 8 billion, but the cost basis is in around 7. So you have $1 billion buffer there, And depending on how it's defined, some states have been able to utilize that buffer to generate distributable assets. And that increases the factor substantially over what we are now of about 1.5. So there's some things we can do. Some of them may be statutory, some of them may be constitutional. There's different varying degrees of modifications in each way. Looking at trying to get away from the 70-30 or the equity definitions and more into a risk valuation or a reference portfolio. So we're not necessarily trying to define how much risk we have by the ratio of equity and fixed income, but by an actual reference portfolio, or looking at how much volatility we want to have in our portfolios. So it would free up the asset allocation mix and allow us to go into some of these areas that were prohibited right now that Patrick just mentioned, and some other options. So it's a lot of discussion with the IFC members, trying to make sure that we're following down the road that makes the most sense, and not trying to necessarily reinvent the whole wheel, but looking at the other states and some of the things that they've done for guidance. And so that's where we're at right now, but we want to bring you guys along when we get all the solutions that seem to be the most effective. And we're kind of going to have a 1, a 5, and a 10-year outlook, or a short-term, intermediate, and long-term outlook as far as some of the changes that would be necessary. And I think, Governor, I think you said it the right way the last time when we were working on some legislative proposals. We want to necessarily do an evolution, not a revolution. And but that it's going to take, I think, a lot of education so folks understand where we're going and why, and that we are going to move in an evolution. It might seem kind of revolutionary, but it's really one or two or three steps at a time, and not the necessarily not the whole enchilada, because I don't think a lot of people have. I think they get a little heartburn if we got a little spicy in what we are trying to do.
Right. Well, very good. Any further comments on questions, ideas? Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I think, Madam Director, I think you recommended moving to the Board of Deposits items. Those are the K items for the sake of efficiency.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I don't know. Yep, there they are. Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. And we just have a summary of the collateral. All the banks are in good shape as far as having enough collateral for the deposits that we have with them. We're over collateralized by almost twice. Well, actually over twice on the totals there. So that's informationally only. The only actionable item that's K1. The only actionable item is K2. And we recommend essentially the same TDOA rates that we've had in the past. And that's essentially the in the Treasurer's recommendation. And that's established on a one-year treasury bill with a floor of 0.25%. And so the rate for the next quarter will be the floor of 0.25.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I will take that as a motion on your part, if that makes sense.
That's fine.
And, look for a second.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
Thank you. Is there a, thank you, Auditor Racinas. Are there any questions? It's been moved by the treasurer and seconded by the auditor. Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye.
Aye.
And I see everybody has approved that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you again, Josh and Lisa and everyone. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to J1, which is to consider 200 funding recommendations for Chapter 39 coronavirus relief grants. These applications have been reviewed by the Office of State Lands and Investment staff in consultation with the Attorney General's office. The recommendations are in accordance with the requirements of the federal and state legislation. For purposes of this meeting, we've sorted the applications similar to in the past, but we have kind of a different policy list, if you will. First, we have those funding, or first we have the recommendations that include those that are recommended for funding. We have applications related to payroll, and we have applications with timeline and necessity concerns, applications with cost effectiveness and necessity concerns, and then applications that are recommended for no funding because in the staff and the Attorney General's offices believe they don't qualify or they have some other constraint with them. So this is the final meeting scheduled for the board to distribute CARES Act funds under this program. So unless there are other changes that come as a result of changes in Washington or otherwise, this will be the last meeting for CARES Act relief under this program. I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we take these funding recommendations according to the categories that I just enumerated. The first one being those that are recommended for funding. Before we get into any detail with respect to this list, there are a number of applications that are listed in the tables that were tabled previously from the November 5th, 2020 meeting. So we would recommend that we untable those first, and I can list those off if you would like to make sure that everybody's on the same page here.
That, Madam Director, I think makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so on the funding list, the following applications must first be untabled. Number 3, which is Bighorn County. Numbers 4 through 11, which all concern Carbon County. Numbers 13 and 14, which concern the city of Casper. Number 51, which is the Senior Citizens Council, DBA The Hub. And number 77, which is West Park Hospital District, DBA Cody Regional Health. So those are the list of those applications that must be untabled.
Can you go over those one more time, please?
Yes. Number 3, which is Bighorn County. Numbers 4 through 11, which are all concerning Carbon County. Numbers 13 and 14, which concern the city of Casper. Number 51, the Senior Citizens Council, DBA The Hub. And number 77, West Park Hospital District, DBA Cody Regional Health.
Thank you. Members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move to remove from the table the list previously mentioned containing items on the funding list of 3, 4 through 11, 13 and 14, 51 and 77.
Thank you. That motion has been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Secretary Buchanan. And I think we are moving to take item 3, 4 through 11, 13, 14, 51, and 77 off the table. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. Thumbs up all the way around. Those items are back before us. Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, we note that the applications that are listed in that specific table called Coronavirus Relief Grant Program, applications recommended for funding, December 3rd, 2020 Slib meeting, that all of the items listed in there have been reviewed by the staff in consultation with the Attorney General's office. There are 81 full funding recommendations that are contained among the list. These are PP&E items that the board has traditionally approved in the past, and we believe that these would be ripe for consent. As we've noted, we provided these materials to the board in advance of the meeting. We've also briefed each board member individually. So at this point, I would propose that the board consider all of the items on the full funding list, as I've articulated, that they perhaps be dealt with as a consent list. And I would note that these would all be subject to any applicable conditions set forth in the board matter itself, J1.
Thank you. Members of the board. Your
Mr.
pleasure.
Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move a consent list of consisting of items on the funding recommendation list containing items 1 through 81 in a total amount of up to $7,841,648.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Madam Director, is that just noting that we have all of these electronic things? Does that comport with your understanding?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would entertain a second. It's been seconded both by the superintendent and secretary at the same time, exactly. So I will recognize the secretary on that, and I'll recognize the superintendent next time. So with that, is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. This
Aye.
is now the, yeah. All right, very good. That motion carries. Madam Director.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we are now to the recommendations for funding payroll list. And again, there are some items on that list that were tabled at the November 5th meeting and will need to be untabled in order for the board to address them. And those are as follows. Number 1, Bighorn County. Number 15, Carbon County. Number 19, Crook County Medical Services District. Number 20, Crook County Medical Services District. Number 22, the City of Casper. Number 30, the City of Torrington. Number 38, Teton County. Number 41, Memorial Hospital of Carbon County. Number 45, St. John's Home Health Living Center. Teton County Hospital District, DBA St. John's Health. And number 51, Weston County Hospital District. And I will note that 38, 41, 45, and 51, unfortunately, were mismarked on the original list that was contained on the OSLI website.
All right, thank you. What's the pleasure of the board? These items would have to be pulled off the table And so I have this list correct. It's 1, 15, 19, 20, 22, 30, 38, 41, 45, and 51. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman, I
Madam
would
Director.
move
I
that
would enter,
those from the table.
thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? That'd be seconded by Treasurer Meyer slightly before the superintendent. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. There are thumbs up all the way around. Thank you, Madam Director. That motion carries. Those items are now before us.
Mr. Chairman, we believe that the payroll list is also amenable to a consent list, but before we get to that, we have just a couple of changes. In application number 29, which involves the city of Rock Springs, the amount currently listed, $9,917,669, needs to be decreased to $7,411,972.
Can you repeat that? 7,000,000?
411,972.
972. Okay.
And also, to the extent it's relevant, the Weston County Hospital District application, which is number 51, the amount requested is not over the allocation as it's documented on the published list. The district relinquished this amount from a prior awarded grant, and therefore the amount of their allocation was remaining. And not that we are necessarily awarding based on the allocation methodology. We at least wanted the list to be correct with respect to number 51, Weston County. I think it's 724,122 is listed on the over allocation list, and it should not reflect that it's over the allocation.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions? Any questions?
So, Mr.
Okay, what's the pleasure? Yeah, please go ahead, Madam Director.
I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, again, I would note that we have provided materials concerning these applications to the board previously. We have also briefed the board individually on these items before the meeting. We believe that this list, which is the Coronavirus Relief Grant Program applications requesting funding for payroll, December 3rd, 2020 Slib meeting, consisting of 61 applications, would be right for a consent list. Of course, I would remind the board that these applications and any approval of funding would be subject to the conditions listed in Board Matter J1.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board? I believe, and Madam Director, I'm sorry, my feed here is broken up a little bit. I thought the auditor on the last motion just moved the list, not as a consent list, but just moved the list. Is that correct, Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to bring up the same question. I thought I was just moving the consent list and that we didn't actually vote on a recommendation.
Okay.
So I'm happy
Okay.
to clear that away
I'm sorry.
now. That's good.
Yeah, my video broke up a little bit, so I apologize. I'll take out of order then. I would entertain a motion on the previous list if that is clear to confirm those.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation of funding on the aforementioned consent list consisting of items 1 through 81.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? And I apologize for the confusion. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye. Or thumbs up. That motion carries, so we are correct. Okay. Now we'll go back to the items on the payroll list. And I would entertain a motion for a
Mr.
consent
Chairman?
list. Thank you, Madam Auditor.
I would move a consent list consisting of items on the applications requesting funding for payroll of items 1 through 61. And I'm sorry, I don't have a revised total, but with the adjustments previously mentioned by the director.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second for that consent list? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor of the consent list items that are on the applications requesting funding for payroll, items 1 through 61, signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have thumbs up, I believe, all the way around. Yes, that's correct. All right, I would now entertain a motion to approve the director's recommendations on the items that are on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see that is unanimous, Madam Director. That vote is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the next table, which include applications with timeline and necessity concerns. You may recall from our previous meetings that in order to be approved for funding, the costs incurred must be due to the COVID-19 health crisis. The expenses must be incurred before December 30th, 2020. And to the extent that there are building, construction, that sort of thing, or even equipment, these items must also be in use by December 30th of 2020. For purposes of consideration of those items on the necessity and timeline concerns, I would suggest we take them kind of one at a time, even though there are probably some themes that are common to all.
And Madam Director, just so we don't get ahead of ourselves, I believe that at least on my list, it indicates there are some items that were tabled.
Oh, no,
Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, there are no applications on this particular list that have been tabled. So for this one, we will not have to remove them or to bring them back, but on the others, we will.
Okay. All right, what's the
first
take them one at a time?
Yes, the first matter, Mr. Chairman, it involves an application from the town of Mountain View. This applicant is requesting $29,000 for building improvements related to their police department and administrative office space. The applicant did not indicate what the modifications were or why they were necessary, although from the dates on some of the invoices that have been received, it appears the project may already be underway and or complete.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there's anyone here to speak.
What is the pleasure of the board on this? I don't know if we have anybody that wants to comment on these. I'm trying to think about the most efficient way that we can deal with these. Madam Director, perhaps you have a suggestion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, there may be some folks on the line that wish to speak to these applications. They are all, not all of them, but quite a few of them involve some construction items and other things that the board has not specifically considered in each instance. related to these applications. So like I said, my thought would be just to take them one at a time. To the extent that there are people on the line to comment about them, we could take them. And this list is relatively short. There's only 11 applications under this category.
Thank you. I see that Penny Robbins is raised her hand. Without objection, I would recognize Ms. Robbins and perhaps you can address this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the town of Mountain View, as far as our building improvements for the police department and administrative building, we did an addition to our police department that we extended part of our maintenance building in order to comply with, the PPE, safety, also the distancing with our police department, and then also having them attached to a room that would be like a conference room where they will be able to do interviews or whatever they need to do when they're having a meeting with someone, so they were able to social distance and all of that kind of good stuff. As far as our administrative building, we have put in the window and a separate room where when people come into our office, they are able to come in and keep in their distance and everything from everyone in the office. Our application for the 29,000, I believe it is, for the building improvements has been completed at this time.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Robbins? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Hearing none, what is the, yes, Auditor.
Ms. Robbins, was this project contemplated at all prior to COVID coming into existence, or these modifications truly only had to be made after COVID sort of took over, for lack of a better term?
A portion of it was considered prior to this. We actually had our police department in a cabin next to our building, and we were going to actually add on to the cabin at that time prior to that. And once COVID came into play, that the addition to the cabin would not give them very much social distancing or anything like that, and then also have the availability to be able to meet with people at times during that. So we had some of that money budgeted in the last budget to possibly get that started. But then when COVID took place and we had the discussion of making that available to where they were able to social distance and everything, we went with a new plan to add on to the maintenance department to add in those offices for our police officers.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up, if that's okay. So
Please.
I just want to confirm, Ms. Robbins, we're unable to fund any costs that were previously budgeted, and that's not our decision, that's the federal law. So my question is this amount just the excess over what you already had budgeted for the purposes of remodeling?
Yes, I took monies out that was already budgeted in all of our receipts so that it reflected what we purchased actually extra for the COVID.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Auditor. Any further questions?
Now, Mr.
Hearing
Chairman,
none.
I would move for approval of the Town of Mountain View COVID-19 protection in the amount of $29,000.
Thank you. It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up. So I see all members approved that. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
also see, I'm sorry, there's a Candy Wright that just raised her hand.
Good morning, Governor and board members. This is Candy Wright with the town of Wheatland. I would like to be able to address 2 items on this list. Number 2, town of Wheatland for the incinerator, and number 10 for the
Different one.
hospital district's transport ban.
Oh, okay, Candy, I think you may be a bit out of order here.
Oh, okay.
And so if you can stay tuned, we'll get to those in a moment. We're now dealing with applications with timeline necessity concerns. The next one in order would be Park County. Then we have Town of Jackson, Converse, Cloud Peak Counseling, Baird Hudson, Campbell County, Fremont, Hot Springs, Powell, and Town of Moorcroft. So it may be the next tranche. Thank you. Madam Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the next application on the timeline necessity concerns Park County. It's in the amount of $3,584. The applicant is requesting funds to expand the operator's shack at its landfill, which is apparently too small for effective social distancing. Again, this raises, the project raises both necessity and timeline concerns, and just to the extent it's relevant for purposes of accuracy, the amount listed in the table that was published on our website puts the $3,584 in over allocation, and it is not over their allocation, as I mentioned, to the extent the board finds that relevant.
Thank you, Madam Director. What's the pleasure of the board? I do not see anyone who's raised their hand from Park County to speak to this. If Mr. Bump is on, please feel free to just bring me up to speed, but I don't see any raised hands on this.
Mr. Chairman, there are currently no raised hands.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman.
Mr. Bump.
Uh,
Mr. Treasurer.
So in the application, I guess the county basically needs to increase the size so they can do social distancing for their employees. I think that's a reasonable request. I think it's COVID related because they need the social distancing. We've done that before. I think in the last one here in up in Fremont County, I believe we put in a whole new town hall so we could have social distancing. So I think it's along the same lines as what we've done in the past. I'd make a motion to approve the Park County request for $3,584.
Mr. Chairman,
That motion has been,
I'll
please,
second that.
Madam Auditor.
Sorry. I'll second that. And my only comment would be, if there's no one here to speak to the project. So if they submit an invoice for work that was done in January, OSLI will not be able to pay that invoice, even if we approve it. Given the small amount, that doesn't give me massive heartburn. So I'll second support that motion.
Thank you. That motion was made by Treasurer Meyer and seconded by Auditor Racinas. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. Madam Director, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item.
Are you able to catch those, Madam Director? Are you able to catch those thumbs up as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the timeline necessity concerns is the application for the town of Jackson. They're requesting $216,861 to install touchless fixtures in the local schools. And I would ask Beth or Pat if they had any more color on what that looks like.
I would defer to Pat or Jim on that.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any extra color to add. If the applicants do, they can. My one recommendation would be to include conditions on when the projects have to be complete for these types of motions. So I would recommend a completion date of the 15th so that OSLI can properly account for all funding.
Okay, I have a Kelly Thompson who's raised a hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board. This is Kelly Thompson, the Town Finance Director. This application's on behalf of the Teton County School District. It's basically for touchless features at all 10 of the public schools here. Regarding necessity, I'll defer to Slib and AG's opinion on that. And on the timeliness piece, everything that was submitted has been completed. We actually have all the invoices in hand and can submit those. Any further questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent, recognize you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. Teton County School District also received funds, CARES Act funds that were specifically targeted for schools. Those would be the ESSER funds and the GEAR funds. I'm unclear, but just want to make sure that that you're aware of that, sir, from Teton County, and also that was a point of conversation in terms of that is an appropriate expenditure with the ESSER funds in particular, and just want to make sure that we're not mixing funds or doing something we're not supposed to, and that's largely at the discretion of you all at the local level in terms of maybe mixing the ESSER funds with the CRF funds. Just would like a little bit of not necessarily clarification or explanation, but at least knowledge that you're aware of those other funds that need to be expended as well.
Mr. Chairman.
The school district did confirm that this project was not paid with any other CARES related funding and that it came out of their annual major maintenance funding. So we asked that question. I'm going to say I'm 99% sure based on their response that it's not funded by either of the items, but we can reconfirm and communicate with the Slib staff if we think there's something in question there.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Superintendent.
Yeah, and thank you, and I appreciate that the conversation took place. I don't know from my perspective that there is a need for recommunication or further communication to me, but in the case of an audit or a request by the Office of State Lands or an investment or the Attorney General's that might be a follow-up. But for my purposes, I just need assurance that that conversation is happening and that you're complying with all of the CRF and ESSER rules. And thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Thompson. I see Treasurer Meyer.
I was just wanted to inquire that the ESSER funds had the same, I guess, audit trail that we do of requiring receipts, and I would hope they would, so we didn't have any double dipping. But I was just curious as to whether all of the CARES Act has the same audit trail requirements.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer Meyer. Superintendent has a hand again raised.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can address that question, and someone else may as well. The rules are a little bit different. There's much more discretion at the school district level and a different timeline for the ESSER funds, which is really why I brought up that as a concern, because they are different rules. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Gotta trust them.
Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, on our part, we won't see any other receipts related to expenses that entities spend with other CARES funds. So within my office, we won't be able to determine whether these expenses were paid somewhere else, if that makes sense.
Mr. Treasurer, you look like you're.
Well, I guess you have to trust somebody sometime. I guess we'll trust our school districts. I think they should know that they shouldn't be double dipping, and that could be problematic necessarily. I don't know whether we'd need to make that a condition or just to let them know. I think we can. I guess it's Wyoming. You got to trust some people at face value once in a while. So I'm fine with approving this, Mr. Chairman. I'd move for the approval of $216,861 for the town of Jackson to be used in coordination with the school district.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second, and I would just comment I think the treasurer made a good point. I mean, if they're double dipping, that's against the law. So I don't think we need to put that on a contingency plan. And I don't believe they're doing that. But I would just note that the town and the school district are subject to compliance audits. So even if it's not something that the Office of State Lands would know about, that is funding that will be audited by external auditors of the entity that receives it. So that would be uncovered if that was to go on by anyone, which again, I don't think that's the intent.
Thank you for that second and for the comment. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? I do not see the secretary on, so all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see the secretary there now. That motion carries. Madam Director, thank you.
Yes, the next item on the timeline necessity concerns list is Converse County on behalf of Converse Hope Center. The applicant is seeking $200,000 on behalf of an NGO to build an emergency shelter for victims of domestic violence. The applicant states that the current shelter is not sufficient to allow social distancing, and leasing is not an option due to the confidentiality needs of clients. So Beth, do you or Pat have any additional color to add?
Pat, do you want to address that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So this is a request by a county to purchase property for an NGO. So I would just point out that the state legislation authorizes Slib to reimburse expenses incurred by cities, towns, counties, and other political subdivisions. So if the NGO is not a political subdivision, per the, which it sounds like they're not, per the state legislation, it would have to be the county that's doing the buying, and then they would have to transfer it over to the NGO. And they would also need to demonstrate why there's some COVID necessary reason, why COVID makes it necessary for the county to purchase this building. So those are kind of the questions that I would hope the applicant can speak to.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Willicks has raised his hand. Commissioner.
Good Governor, members of the board, thank you. So 2 points of clarification. It will not be construction. It would be purchase of an existing building, a house that could work. So we are not looking at construction. So the timeliness is not a factor. And actually the house is under contract pending funding. So we can complete it before the end of the year. The county currently owns the current shelter and lets the NGO run it. I was not aware that the provision that Director Scoggin put out, we can comply with that. So that will not be an issue. That was not contemplated in the application, but I think we can adjust to that without a problem. Current shelter is tiny, does not have room for 2 families at all. The domestic violence cases continue to inch upward, and our shelter really is tiny, and the offices and the shelter are in the same building. So we can't even socially distance well with supervised visits, or if we have male and female domestic violence victims or teenagers of families with that. So this new facility being contemplated would allow for more separation, more diversity. And again, the leasing is contemplated, but you need to do some construction to it and most time, internal things afterwards. So that's why that was not as favorable. But we do own the current county one and can comply with the technical aspects if necessary. But our domestic violence issues just continue to rise, and we believe this is tied to the stress of COVID and put it forward for your consideration. And Karen Rimmer, our clerk, I think is available and on that board if you have additional questions, but I think that sets it up for you, and I can entertain any as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Commissioner Willicks? Madam Auditor.
Yes, Commissioner, thanks for being here. So let me ask sort of a clarifying question. Will the county maintain ownership of the purchased property? That would be my first question. And then the second one, even though the purchase can be closed before December 30th, can this facility be on the ground in use before December 30th?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Auditor. So since the house is fully constructed and ready to go, so yes, can be operational before the year because they don't need to make immediate alterations to use it. That would be an ongoing and probably non-COVID related expense beyond today. We had not contemplated at a board keeping ownership of it. We currently own and generally maintain the current shelter. It's right across from the courthouse, so our maintenance is regularly involved. We would be willing to discuss that and comply with that as a condition. If you want to make that a condition, the board would consider that at our next meeting or a special meeting to make sure we comply and could then have an answer before the December 15th deadline to clarify how we would use those funds. But to be honest, we did not go down into that. We own the current one. Our expectations that we would not own the next one, but I don't think we have heartburn over it, but I can't speak for the whole board. But it's
Thank you. Any follow-up,
that is
Madam Auditor?
worthwhile to put on if you wish.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'll just, Commissioner, I think my concern is complying with the state law, but then the transfer, is the transfer of the building from Converse County to the private entity potentially a problem legally? And I don't know the question or the answer to that, but I think that's my main concern.
Mr. Chairman, I can speak to that if that's okay.
Sure, please, Ms. Miller.
Madam Auditor, I don't believe that the transfer would be a problem. We're really looking at the state legislation, not the CARES Act, as far as who's purchasing it. And the state legislation limits Slib's authority to, and I have the exact language here, expenses incurred by cities, towns, counties, and other political subdivisions. There is another section that deals with licensed healthcare providers. So if the center is a licensed healthcare provider, then I do believe that they could just outright purchase it, but there would be no problem with the county purchasing it to satisfy the state legislation and then transferring ownership over to the health center or the shelter. I don't believe that would be a problem under the state legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I think Secretary Buchanan had his hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did. Commissioner Willicks, you had mentioned, perhaps an uptick in domestic violence cases. Rather anecdotally, do you have any statistics that kind of tie directly to this project, which, as I understand it, would expand your capability to service those types of situations? Do you have anything that you can give us that I guess stats that say this is necessary? So that, I think my issue is I have to. The second question is it a necessity related to COVID once we have all of these other issues out of the way? And so I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. The application had some reference to that. They've had to lease some hotel space, rent hotel rooms, do some other things. And just quite frankly, if you have two families, it is impossible currently. And that's whether it's COVID requires the separation. So even if you had a normal level of domestic violence, we can't do a good job in there because of the separation. That's why they used to put two families that were compatible in the same relatively small space. Can't do that anymore. I can't, and I don't know, Mr. Chairman, Karen Rimmer may raise her hand and may be able to add some clarity to that because she's on the board. And I would ask you to recognize her, Mr. Chairman, if she did.
She did raise her hand, and I was about to do that. Before I do, though, Mr. Secretary, any follow-up to that? No. Okay. I'll recognize you, Ms. Rimmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I appreciate the chance to speak real quickly on this. And just to kind of follow up with what Commissioner Willicks had stated, the size of the shelter that we're talking about that is existing is about 550 square feet roughly. It's got 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. And so as Vice Chairman Willicks stated, it's basically really difficult if you can only shelter 1 family at a time at any given time. So as far as the statistics as to the increase in domestic violence, I do not have those in front of me. I apologize. I should have thought of that. I do know that in attending the meetings, we have seen an uptick in domestic violence cases, both in Douglas and in Glen Rock, as the other community that we offer assistance to clients. And of course, this is for anybody, men and women, and of course, children are often involved as well. So the idea behind the new emergency shelter would be the size of it's a residential property, and I think it's 5 bedrooms that are where people are able to separate more, and it's got multiple bathrooms as well. So the idea was that we could at least shelter 2, potentially 3 families at a time, and instead of having to put them in hotel rooms when there's an issue that comes up. Just so you're aware, the idea isn't to keep them in shelter for long. It's very much, the intent is to be a very temporary place for them to settle till they can get, situated somewhere else. And the Hope Center does help with that as well. But this is just that emergency shelter when things are really bad for these individuals. I don't know if that answers your question or not, and I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer.
Yeah, I think that the clarity that in the answer that we're looking for is that just can you say that Converse County has on at least one occasion every month the need to have 2 families sheltered?
Mr. Chairman and Treasurer Meyer, that would be yes. We have had, the shelter has not been empty. The only time it was empty this year was when some flooring had to be replaced. It's been full all year. I do know that. So we've never had any vacancies in it. And I'm a board member and I also volunteer as a crisis call individual. And I can testify to that I've had several occasions where individuals could not go to the shelter because there was already somebody there. Well, I guess I should say in every instance where we had to shelter someone, they could not go to shelter because someone was already in there. So that's when you put them in a hotel room, and then you have costs associated with that because the shelter has, we provide them with food and that sort of thing. There's laundry, there's a washer and dryer, those kinds of things. Toiletries. If you put them in a hotel, you have to also buy them food to get them through the next few days, which is usually what it results in, is a few days of shelter. So the answer to that question would be yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have the necessity established now as far as the need to have more than one shelter. So that's, I think that bridge has been crossed.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Secretary, and I see the auditor. Mr. Secretary, did you have a follow-up on anything there?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Mr.
Okay, Madam Auditor.
I apologize in advance for trying to do constitutional legal work in public. But I just have a question, or maybe some for Pat and Jim from the AG's office. I'm getting there and see the need. I just wonder if Article 16, Section 6 gets in the way of the county transferring the building to the Hope Center. I mean, if they were paying them to provide the service of sheltering folks, that might be one thing, but the flat out gift, for lack of a better term, of the building. And I may be trying to dot I's and cross T's that don't need to be, but is that relevant? And if it's not, that's useful to know as well. I can see that the good secretary is out his constitution there.
Mr. Chair, this is Brandy Monger from the Attorney General's office.
Yes,
and
thank you.
Sure. And so we have opined that we don't believe there's 16.6 issues with spending of CARES funds, because the language of 16.6 is that you can't use state funds, and we haven't considered these state funds because of the nature of the funds. They're not our funds, really. And so I don't know if it raises an additional issue where they're actually going to then transfer it, but I don't know that that would be a concern, given that these are purchases made with something that aren't state funds, and we don't believe that 16.6 applies. The one thing I did just want to mention is that there is an FAQ out there that relates to the purchase of real property, and I know that this has been raised, so I just want to make sure that the board is considering it and addressing that issue. And what that requires, though, is that if you are going to purchase real property rather than leasing, there must be a determination that they're not able to meet the need arising from the public health emergency in a cost-effective manner by leasing property or equipment, or by improving property already owned, and you must maintain documentation to support this determination. So I just wanted to raise that requirement to make sure that the board is considering that matter as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monger, and thank you, Auditor Racinas, for the question. I don't know if that's a question for Ms. Rimmer or Commissioner Willix to answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take one thing, if you may. Auditor, we do fund the shelter, so we are a funding source for them and have a contract for services, which we do with all what we call aid to other entities like that, senior centers, shelters, others like that. So we do have a contract for services. It helps tie that together when we fund a little bit. If you desire to fund this, we will work entirely with the AG and the Slib to comply with anything that you need. Like I said, we own it now, so owning it in the future is not out of the realm, if that gives people current. And then I think the application they submitted showed that both hotel rooms and leasing property don't meet the practical aspects of what they need to do for security, social distancing, and anonymity would be what we would rely on if faced with those questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I certainly agree with the commissioner. There's a huge difference in standard of care between a hotel room and a shelter facility.
Thank you, Treasurer. All right. Where does the board want to proceed?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion contingent upon the county communicating with Office of OSLI to have the proper form in the application that we approve the $200,000 for the emergency shelter.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So I assume that what your motion is actually doing in part is also taking up Commissioner Willicks's offer of working closely to make sure this meets all the criteria. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. Thank you. It's been seconded by the secretary. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Any further discussion? Madam Auditor.
I wonder about the previous suggestion that we put a guardrail on it of December 15th in order to know what we have available at that time. And just so that folks are aware, I mean, yes, we have till December 30th to spend the funds, but if we find out on December 29th, for example, that the county the deal fell through, then that money cannot be redeployed. So I guess that's kind of a question for Commissioner Willicks is, how fast can you close on it?
Mr. Chairman, if you would like.
Thank you. Commissioner Willicks, if you're still there, go ahead.
Yeah, I've listened to all the discussion. We will fully have an answer by December 15th. Like I said, we're under contract to purchase it as we speak with a December 9th closing, so we should be able to comply easily. Subject to this funding, of course, is what the contingency was.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the 15th seems a date that could be made easily. If the auditor is more comfortable putting that sideboard on there, I'd consider it a friendly amendment.
Okay, is that acceptable to the second? It is? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up. So I see all members, Madam Director, have their thumbs up. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next.
Thank you, Commissioner, and please proceed.
The next item on the timeline necessity concerns list is Cloud Peak Counseling Center. The applicant is requesting $26,561 in funding to construct a new group room to allow greater social distancing. The applicant estimates a completion date of December 30th and does not indicate whether any licensing is required prior to this use. Pat or Beth, any further color?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing to add for me either, Mr. Chairman or Director.
Thank you both. Is there Any questions for the staff from the board? Hearing none, is there anyone, Mr. Bump? I don't see anybody who's raised their hand.
Mr. Chairman, no hands currently.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board on this one? Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I'm struggling just a little bit because I think that there are some fairly simple questions that could be answered by the applicant or Cloud Peak. And so I am wondering if we could perhaps try to contact them or something so that we could just get some answers before we vote. And I'm not sure if that's appropriate, but it seems like there are some fairly simple questions.
Okay, and I see Beth Blackwell has just illuminated herself, and Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, if that's what the board would like us to do, we can absolutely try to call the phone number that's on the application as well as reach out to the email that is listed there. So we will try to do that, and I will let you know what we hear back.
Mr. Chairman, could we lay this back to the end of the list?
Or happy to do that.
Yeah, or until they contact us.
Happy to do that, Mr. Treasurer. So with that, and what I'll look at doing is when we come to the end of this list, I think maybe a break would be in order, just a brief one, and then come back and we'll look at this if they are able to contact us, and then we can proceed. Does that make sense to other members of the board?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. Madam Director, our next item is Baird Hudson Enterprise.
Yes, Baird Hudson Enterprise LLC, doing business as Mundell Heights. They are seeking $96,000. The applicant is an assisted living facility requesting the funds for an isolation room. However, the applicant has not provided a timeline, but it appears the project will involve extensive HVAC work. And so there is a concern with respect to being able to comply with the December timeframes that are required under the CARES Act.
Okay, any questions for the staff? Any comment from the staff? If none, I see that there is a Diane Baird Hudson with a hand raised. And I would recognize Diane Baird Hudson. Mr. Bump, I see a couple of people have tried to call in. Is Ms. Hudson one of those?
Mr. Chairman, she just posted in the chat that her mic is not working. Looks like she's having technical difficulties.
I see that. I think she has mentioned, are you all able to see this chat? It says we are not able to complete the construction project in time for this allocation. Ms. Hudson, does that mean you're withdrawing the application? Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the challenge. Thanks for hanging with us. Please know that if there's any anything more that we can do, we will be glad to try to address your project. So thank you. With that, Madam Director, and I'm assuming that the chat will become part of the record. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Thank you. So with that, Madam Director, I think we move on to the next item.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to number 7, Campbell County. They are seeking $353,416 for bipolar ionization filters. The applicant states it can purchase the components by December 15th, but doesn't provide a timeline for delivery and installation. Although it should be noted the applicant's not requesting reimbursement for installation costs.
The challenge, of course, I think will be, are they operational? Any comment from staff? Any questions for staff from board members? If not, I do see a Carol Seeger who has raised her hand. And I'll recognize her.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This is Carol Seeger, the Administrative Director for the county, and I have with me my facilities maintenance manager. He's the one who has put this together, and I thought he might be the best person to address any concerns you might have regarding our request.
Thank you. I would recognize the facilities manager.
And as I understand it, your concern is whether we can get them installed in time by December 30th.
That is, I believe, the concern. I think it indicated that, and Madam Director, maybe you want to speak to that.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the concern from the Attorney General's office, and Pat, you can jump in here if you would like, is not so much that the components can be purchased, it's whether they can actually be installed and in use by December 30th as required under the Act.
That is correct. These acquisitions and improvements must be completed and put into service of the COVID-19 related use by December 30th, according to FAQ 58.
Go ahead.
Yes, board. This is Bill Beestrom. I'm the facility manager for Campbell County. We currently got 8 technicians on staff that we're going to do the installations, 4 licensed electricians and 2 plumbers. So I don't think there'll be an issue of getting them installed into the buildings before December 30th.
And Mr. Deeser, just for the clarity of the record, can you spell your first and last name?
It's Bill, B-I-L-L, Beestrom, B-E-A-S-T-R-O-M.
Thank you. Members of the board,
Mr. Chairman,
any questions?
Mr. Beestrom,
Madam Auditor.
could you help me understand what buildings these are going into more specifically and what the desired outcome is?
They're going to go into most of all of our buildings. The design of them is to purify the air as it goes through the buildings. So any public building or any public space that we have there, that's the intent, is to help purify the air as it goes through. So they'll be going into the courthouse, the rec center, the library, public health, children's center, airport.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up for staff.
Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would just note that I think we have consistently, and even as recently as at our last meeting, to the town of Pinedale and I believe Marvelton, we have consistently denied such requests for general government buildings unless it was a healthcare facility. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman,
Blackwell is indicating an agreement. Sorry, Madam Director, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to defer to Beth or to Pat. That's my recollection too, but just to make sure. So Beth?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that is my recollection as well. Consistently, the board has denied requests related to these type of items, whether HVAC or ionization for governmental buildings. These have been approved for healthcare related facilities that are providing care to patients, but not just a governmental building.
Thank you. Members of the board, further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
And just to clarify, I remember some of the projects may have been less related to, I suppose, killing viruses and the things that these types of units do in relation to COVID. Have we denied specifically ionization equipment in general government buildings?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we have, as the auditor stated, just last month, we denied several.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Mr. Secretary, any follow-up on that?
No, I get, if that sounds like it answers my specific question on that type of equipment, so.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, in being consistent with our prior definition and treatment of necessity of that type of request, I would move that we do not fund the bipolar ionization system units to Campbell County.
So that motion's been made by the auditor not to fund. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion not to fund the application for Campbell County, please signify with a thumbs up or an aye. The auditor I see is thumbs up, the superintendent and the secretary are thumbs up. Mr. Treasurer is a thumbs down, and I will be a thumbs up as well. Thank you for your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the considering it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Seeger.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the timeline necessity concerns list is Fremont County. They are seeking $227,517. $60,000 is for a backup generator for their command center. With an estimated build time, it does not appear the project can be completed by December 30th. They're also seeking $167,518 for X-ray machines and thermal readers for court security. Similar requests have been denied, and the lead time on that appears to be 5 to 8 weeks. The thermal scanners do appear separate from the X-ray machines and do not face the same necessity concerns, although they face the same sort of lead time problems. Beth?
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to ask Pat or Beth if they had any further color on that application.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add that I believe we may have funded generators in the past for medical entities that had ventilators that needed backup generators, but I don't believe we funded them for governmental entities.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? If not, I think Clerk Freeze, Julie Freeze, has raised her hand.
Morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you so much for letting us have the opportunity to visit about this. We did apply to you because we thought maybe the messages that we sent to you weren't very clear. So giving you an update, first of all, on the generator. The update on that is it will be delivered and installed by December 15th and ready for use no later than December 30th. And what we are using that for, that was our command center. And as you know, with command centers, generally with any other kind of emergency, that's something in, something out, generally covered by FEMA. As you are all aware, the COVID process is never going to be a in and out type of thing. So they are continuing to use that area, although we have already given up our generators for all the backup equipment. However, we've also moved our public health department into this facility, and we are also using that backup generator to make sure that their vaccines can stay at the temperature if something happens to our electricity. And as you know, we are scheduled to get COVID vaccine in the state in this month. And so we think that's very critical to the COVID process, is to make sure we have a generator to make sure that we keep all those vaccines safe. So that's the first one. I don't know if you want to go individually on each one of them and ask questions.
That's probably a good idea. Let me just open that up for board members if they have any questions for County Clerk Freeze.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Clerk Freeze, I'm looking through my documentation and I'm sure I can find it, but what is the individual amount for that generator?
I think that whole process was like 60,000. I'm trying to look at 3 screens on one computer here, which is really hard. I think that was maybe Ms. Scogan could help us with that, but I can't see. I'm just seeing where I explained to you about it.
I'm looking. Pat, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, and Pat, are you in a position to see? I'm looking myself here.
I have the application up, but I can't seem to find it either. We can go on.
I think you had mentioned that it was 60,000. I wrote that down when you were going through 60,000 for the generator and 167,518 for the scanners and X-ray machines.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's what my information says.
I did have a little spreadsheet that I sent with all my applications. That's an Excel spreadsheet with each one of those. I don't know if I can do that without here, but I can try really quick.
What I have is 60,000 for the backup generator for the command center with estimated build time, and 167,518. So that concurs with what you were suggesting, Clerk Freeze. Oh, there you are. You're sharing the screen. Thank you. All right. Any follow-up on that, Auditor?
No, Mr. Chairman, that was my only question about the generator.
Okay. I will move on then to the second part of the request.
Okay, so the X-ray machines that are for the court security. So as you know, with the Supreme Court having our courts pretty much still in a lockdown, I know in Fremont County for sure, we're just barely getting into doing some court activity. But they are requesting these machines so that they don't have to hand touch anybody's stuff. Right now, if they have a purse, we have like one of those machines that you walk through. It's just a walk-through machine. So there's no place really to put stuff. They're having to touch them and wand them. And they wanted to make sure they had no contact with them. We have had several of our sheriff's deputies in and around Fremont County that have come up on people who apparently have been COVID and had contacted COVID. So we're trying as much as we can not to have anybody in the sheriff's world touch anything or have any way to further expand their ability to get COVID. So that is, I'm doing the best I can for them because they did give me the explanation that I did send on to you from Sheriff Lee. And so that is what we're asking for. That has been ordered. That is, actually, I told you wrong on the generator. The generator is to be delivered on the 9th of December. This one is to be delivered and finished on the 15th of December. And they will have that in place by the 30th of December for use. So they're both of the are going to be here within the next week or so for both applications.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor Racinas.
Clerk Priest, are there any trials happening right now or anticipated to happen before the end of December? I mean, my
understanding is from the Judge Condor is that they have had a few trials. Some of them have had to be set back due to their witnesses already having COVID or in quarantine, but they are starting to do those in person. His schedule is getting pretty full. And so he's having to do some of those in person now. Yes, that is correct. He is.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, let me ask again what the pleasure of the board would be on this matter or these matters.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I'll start with one motion and then depending on what goes with that, someone can make or not make another one. But I would move approval in the amount of $60,000 for the purchase of purchasing the backup generator.
Okay, that motion has been made for $60,000 for the backup generator. Is there a second? Is there a second? There is a second from the superintendent. That motion now needs to be discussed. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see all thumbs up on the screen. Thank you very much. That motion carries. Is there another motion on the second part of this item? Is there a motion? Madam Director, I don't see any motions being put forward on this, so I would assume this motion or this this matter fails for lack of a positive motion. Would that be a correct interpretation?
Mr. Chairman, that would be my understanding, is that the rest of the amount requested, the 167,518, would be denied for lack of a motion by the board.
Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you, Clerk Freeze. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that we may have somebody on the line from the Cloud Peak Counseling Center. Beth just messaged me.
All right, we are moving back to item number 5. Cloud Peak Counseling Center, $26,561. So I get my chat box open. So do we have a Mary Johnson on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Please, if you were you on before? Do you know the questions that we had?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for starters, first of all, thanks, Mary, for coming on short notice. And I was wondering if you could talk us through the timeline of your proposed project.
Sure, I would be happy to. So our project is for extending a group room in our facility so that we can maintain distancing and be able to provide services for the clients influx that we're seeing. So the timeline, we've actually just started construction as if this were going to go through, because we know it's a really tight time frame that we're up against. So we have scheduled our flooring to be done on the 15th, and all our equipment should be, we have like a door that needs fixed. So equipment on that is ordered and should be coming the middle of December. So the wrap up of the project would be end of December, just like we had put in our proposal there.
Please follow up, Superintendent.
Thank you. Was this a project that you had previously budgeted before COVID-19 to expand, but now it just is more meaningful because of the distancing aspect?
No, definitely not. We had, so our building is arranged in a way that we had 2 different group rooms that was sufficient for the clients that we were seeing. But because of COVID and all of the different restrictions that we have now, we're lacking the space. So it's not, we've never even thought of expanding in that way prior to this. It's definitely a new project that we feel like we absolutely are going to need to follow through with it, which is why we're continuing with construction. Even if this doesn't go through, we're going to have to find some other funding to be able to make sure that it happens, because it's so important for these clients to get what services we have to offer, even amidst the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, could the director refresh us on the overview that she put forth when this one popped up?
Madam Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if he's asking for what the application, what it involves, it's $26,561 for funds to construct a new group room to allow greater social distancing. The applicant had estimated that the completion date of December 30th was doable, but did not indicate whether there was licensing required prior to use.
Okay. Yeah, I knew there was something else in there. I didn't know about the licensing.
So I assume that's a question, Ms.
Yes,
Johnson.
yes, Mr. Chairman.
So you're questioning if we have licensing to be able to proceed?
I think, yeah, please, Mr. Treasurer, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's what the director was indicating as to whether or not either the facility had to be licensed, you know, or there's anything special that has to occur, you know, in addition to the licensing that you already operate under.
So we have a licensed contractor working for Cloud Peak Counseling Center. So he would be the one doing the work. And in discussing with the city, there's no additional like licensing or any permits that we would need because it's all internal in our existing building.
Okay, well, I guess that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, is there any further question on that as far as license to use the room or anything like
Sure.
that you would have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would just ask Ms. Johnson, if it's finished on the 30th, would you be able to get patients in that day? Would you have to get an occupancy inspection or any other kind of code compliance inspection before you're capable of using the room? Or can you get clients into the room on December 30th?
So as soon as the project is complete, based on the information that we've gotten from our city ordinance officers and code, we would be able to have clients in that day. Our building space still provides enough occupancy that we wouldn't have to change any of that structure in the building.
Thank you. So board, any particular action that would be warranted at this point?
Well,
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the expenditure of $26,561 for the expansion of the group home counseling room at Cloud Peak Center.
Been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second, and I'll just comment out loud, and I apologize that I keep saying the same thing over and over. Even if we approve today, if the project is not finished and in use by December 30th, we are unable to fund the invoice on the back end.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. I think it's appropriate for you to keep making that comment. So has been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify with Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, well, I'm ready to vote, but let's finish the vote.
Okay. Well, I think I had thumbs up on the secretary, the superintendent, you, and the auditor. So yeah, it passes.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a clarification for the AG or the OSLI, and that goes to the question or the statement of the auditor saying that you have to be finished and we wouldn't accept any January invoices. Now, I want to make sure I understand exactly what the procedure is going to be at the end of the year and that we communicate it to all the participants in the grant program that it's just like voting a absentee ballot. It has to be postmarked in December. It has to be received in December. I think we need to make sure that everybody knows exactly what the rules are, so that they comply with it. to the letter of what the rules are, and there's no misunderstanding. And I'm not sure whether we know exactly what that is at this day. If we do, I think we need to make sure that everybody does understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I see Ms. Blackwell has brought herself back online.
I don't ever leave you, sir. So I think Mr. Miller said he could address this. We have issued some guidance, and it is on our website detailing expectations related to pay requests. We've worked with the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, as well as the Hospital Association, to try to provide some flexibility on these projects, understanding that our due date within our rules is December 15th to get their last GDR or their request for reimbursement to our office. We understand that you may be having work completed on December 15th, and so you may not have those invoices to submit with your GDR. So what we've requested is that entities submit a GDR with what they're expecting to expend from their application, with a detailed explanation of how they came up with that amount and when they expect to have an invoice and how much each invoice is going to be, so that, as the auditor was stating, we can help identify any funds that will not be used that can be reallocated for other purposes. They have been given an extended due date. If they get the GDR into our office, you can email it to me, just like we've done with our application due dates. We're trying to be as flexible as possible to work with our entities. But if you email us a copy of your GDR, we need to receive the original within, a week or so, understanding that mail's a little slower than we would hope. But and then at the back end, they have until January 30th to submit all supporting invoices for those estimated GDRs. We're trying to think outside the box to try to accommodate everyone, and understanding that it's the end of the calendar year and everyone's going to have lots of stuff going on. But we also have to be able to provide some numbers so that we make sure we're utilizing our funds. Jim, anything you want to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think you accurately summarized it, Beth. And as she mentioned, we do have guidance on our website. So if folks didn't hear or fully understand what Ms. Blackwell was saying, they can certainly access the guidance on the website, or they can even call us if they have additional questions.
And Mr. Chairman, that takes into account all the money that's going to be, I guess, allocated before the 15th of December, and we'll have money left over after the 15th of December. And then that'll be also, that process will be on the website as far as from the 15th to the 31st.
So for items, Mr. Chairman, I apologize, Mr. Treasurer, for costs incurred after December 15th, we cannot reimburse for construction costs that are incurred after December 15th. We can reimburse for costs incurred related to payroll. And Jim or Pat may want to provide some additional color on that, because that has been our agreement of going forward of how we want to handle this, so that we can provide a good number to the governor's office of funds that are not going to be used through this program, so that they can be utilized elsewhere within the state.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'll take a fresh look at the website and educate myself by getting a hold of either Beth or Jennifer or Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and thank you, Ms. Blackwell. I'll not recognize either Mr. Miller or Mr. Peters, just in the interest of time on this. I think it's a complicated subject, and if we have an opportunity, we can maybe revisit this a little bit later. With that, we have voted, we've had the discussion. So, Madam Director, I think we move on to the next item, which I believe is the town of Moorcroft. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, it's actually Hot Springs County. It's number 9 on the timeline and necessity table.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yep, thank you.
The applicant is requesting $660,518 to purchase and renovate a building to be used for the quarantine of involuntary commitment patients. The building is apparently an office building and will likely need substantial renovations before it can serve as a residential facility. And additionally, we understand the applicant has not yet purchased the building. So the concern here obviously is the timeline and the ability to get all this in place by December 30th.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions for the staff? Any comments from the staff? Seeing none, I do see Mr. Baird has raised his hand. Mr. Treasurer, before
Okay.
Mr. Baird.
I'm just thinking that the payroll and the PPE and those things, is the non-construction part of this particular application.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Baird.
Yes, this is Commissioner Baird in Hot Springs County. It is not all, the building is under contract. We have it under contract at this point in time to purchase for $350,000. There's actually about 5 or 6 different things in here. I mean, we did a drive-up clinic. We purchased some property for that, for the public health nurse to drive through for $53,000. We dig concrete for $30,000, so that we were going to put a building over it, but there's no feasible way we're going to get that done. That's that part. And then we had the crisis facility for $350,000 that we were purchasing. That's under contract. Then we were going to renovate it for $283,000, which we don't know how much of that we can get done. I mean, it could be used, but not to the best of its ability, but we would have to just continue to do that on our own. So that, I guess that is my spiel on that. I'll turn it over to Chairman Schill. The only reason you got me is because my computer was turned on first. So here's Chairman Schill.
Governor,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for spending time on our requests today. Like Commissioner Baird outlined, there's kind of 2 separate parallel projects. The drive-through clinic project is something that we are well underway. They poured cement. We purchased the property, demolished the existing structure that was there, and have most of the infrastructure taken care of. We need to move some other utilities, and that will be substantially complete in the next 10 days. The crisis facility is a piece of property that was an office building that the county is currently leasing and is currently in county use as the public defender office. The idea of the crisis center is a pretty large, encompassing idea. It would serve the use as a crisis center under the direction of our what is Barb's job? Youth Alternatives. Youth Alternatives Director could use it We intended to also renovate a secure hold space for Title 25 patients, as keeping the occupancy at our hospital low is an important part through COVID. We could use a portion of that as a secure hold, staffed by a detention personnel from our county sheriff's department detention office. Also, it was suggested by the county attorney that we might be able to move some of the other legal services like probation and parole to an office in the crisis center to reduce the number of people coming into the courthouse. The county attorney's office is on the 4th floor, and often the probation and parole folks stumble around before they find where they need to be. And so this would give them a spot a little less public than the courthouse to report to. As Jack mentioned, the crisis facility purchase agreement is within 10 days away. We have contractors that we've walked through the facility with that are ready to go to work and complete a substantial amount of the renovation, understanding that because the 15th is nearly just a few days away, probably not all of the things that we're hoping would be completed, but it would get us a lot further down the road. We have some other requests outlined in the application, additional money for some PPE. We also have been working since the courthouse was closed back in March of building a GIS, global information system, that is accessible to the public for looking up county courthouse records, land records, things of that nature that is very far underway. We have, and that would just reduce the number of the foot traffic in the courthouse, encouraging the social distancing requirements, obviously now, but even further into the future. And then there is another line item to purchase a piece of equipment to help us maintain the drive-through clinic, take care of snow removal and items such as that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Director.
if I could just provide a little clarification to the treasurer based on his question. The PPE, IT, and payroll for this application were previously on the lists that were approved by the board for funding. So this amount, the $660,518, is related to the construction piece of the application.
Thank you. I see that we're sharing the screen with.
Reno funded.
I believe Beth is sharing her screen. Beth, is that you?
Okay, thank.
And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify on the GIS, that will appear later on the no fund list.
What?
Okay, so it's the involuntary commitment building, the snow plow, and the IC renovations. That's what we're looking at. All right. Members of the board, what's your pleasure? Oh, I see we have a, I'm sorry, let me recognize Rosemary Dason.
Design.
Thank you, I apologize. Is there, if that,
I'm guessing she's having technical difficulties, Governor.
Okay. Mr. Bump, do you have a way of reaching out?
Mr. Chairman, it does look like she's unmuted and is having some technical difficulties here. She could certainly try to call in using her the link in her invite via phone, and we can turn her on if she's having problems.
Okay.
Here, honey, just
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay while we're waiting, may I
put it over to my left. I'll steep it and then I'll put it back.
Sorry, Mr. Meyer, I'm sorry. Mr. Miller was addressing us. Mr. Miller.
If it's all right, may I just ask the applicants if they would be required to get a residency certification or something like that before they can put involuntary commitment patients into the building? And if so, do they have a timeline on that?
Governor Gordon, this is Commissioner Chairman Shale. In Hot Springs County and in Thermopolis, there's no, according to the county attorney, we don't need any occupancy certification to use the crisis center in a different way than we're using it now.
Thank you. And I now think we have Rosemary Design on the phone. Ms. Design, the floor is yours if that is working.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear
There
us
you
now?
are.
Sorry about that. My name is Curtis Cheney. I'm the Deputy County Attorney. Our County Attorney, I believe, might be on the call, but might be in and out of service as she's traveling. Just to add maybe a little more context on the uses of this building. As many of you know, who've visited Thermopolis, it's a very small community. Currently, what we do if we have to hold a juvenile and it's not feasible to go into to a youth facility hours away, we will simply have to put them on a cot in an office that is actively used in the courthouse. So that's one of the things we hope to do, is to be able to have a dedicated space, maybe with a little more privacy, and that would not interfere with people's workday while someone is on a cot in their office. As well as Title 25 involuntary hold patients. That seems to be becoming more and more of an issue as the hospital is being taxed with medical people. They are, lack of a better word, actively pushing us to hold them somewhere else, and there is no other place in our county. If we had a dedicated spot, we would hope we could move them over to the proposed property, and law enforcement, of course, could sit on them there. The building we have in mind is ready to be used for, could be used in the same capacity that we're using right now to hold these, both the youth and the Title 25 folks. Another example of a potential use for this building is last week we had a homeless fellow contract the COVID-19. He was an inmate at the time. He had to go to the hospital. Hospital discharged him, and our jail is so small that we were unable to put him back in the population for fear of staff and other inmates contracting COVID. So we simply had to put him in a hotel in town. And if we had this building, we could house him and others when this happens. The other use, if we put probation and parole in the building as well, which is currently in an office in our courthouse. Our courthouse is a small courthouse. We have, I believe, 2 public restrooms. We might have a third if you count a little restroom inside the jury room that generally is not used by the public, but probation and parole is using the public restrooms to conduct the urine tests for these folks. And we're hoping to social distance a little bit better and have those tests and interactions be a little bit more private for those probationers as well as probation and parole. So those are a few extra, just some context on kind of what we're looking at here. We at least can use the building right now in the same capacity as we are with, you know, the holds that we're doing for the youth, and sitting on a Title 25 patient who is not in need of medical care, but they could be placed over there for the time being as is, and we could, as the commissioner referenced, we currently are, the building is currently in use, and I believe could be put to use right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, further discussion? Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
And I would note, just for everybody's knowledge, we did fund 187,000-ish in the PPE and IT, and then we funded 464,000-ish in payroll. I greatly sympathize with the need of this building, and I very much understand the escalating challenges of Title 25 cases, but that were, you know, that very much COVID. I can't quite make the connection on this. I'm not confident enough that Thermopolis won't be hung out to dry with needing to pay this back. I'm struggling to make the connection to COVID under the guidelines. And so I would move that we do not fund this line item.
Thank you, Auditor. Is there a second to the motion? It has been seconded by Secretary Buchanan. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll wait for the treasurer.
Okay. And I vote, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah.
Oh, you, all right. So the vote, thumbs up, Treasurer Sutton, thumbs up from the superintendent, from the auditor, and from the secretary. That motion carries. Thank you. Next matter, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the timeline necessity concerns list is an application from Powell Hospital District in the amount of $178,399. The applicant is seeking to convert 2 offices into negative pressure treatment rooms. The applicant included a timeline projecting occupancy on December 8th. However, the applicant recently provided additional information stating that the project is delayed and may not be completed until February of 2021, which is beyond the deadlines and requirements under the CARES Act.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? Any comment from staff? Hearing none, I think we have a Peyton Aller-Heiligen on who's raised a hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to say the previous timeline with a completion date of December 8th was provided. We submitted this project at the September, end of August, beginning of September meeting, and it was not funded at that time. So that was the previous timeline based on those dates for this project. I would also like to add these two spaces. They were patient rooms used previously, and then they were being used as office spaces. But with COVID, those occupants from those offices were moved out, and these rooms had been used as patient rooms previously, allowed us to do minor fixes to put them back in service as patient rooms. The flooring and the painting has been being done internally in our facility, and both of those portions are about completed. Again, the concern we understand is the negative pressure that is going to go beyond the timeline, as well as I believe the med gas installation will also go beyond that timeline. We just wanted to emphasize that they were previously already used as patient rooms, so it is not a complete demo. It is just some minor fixes in the addition of the negative pressure component.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Aller-Heiligen. I see Terry Odom.
Thank you,
I would recognize Mr. Odom.
Ms. Odom. I just want to reiterate what Peyton said. These are patient rooms that were used as offices. And now with COVID growing in Park County, currently we have 6 inpatients. We will convert these rooms back to patient rooms regardless of the funding from Slib. It may take us longer. The med gas reinstall and the requirement for negative pressure, I believe we can have that substantially completed by the 15th. We have construction on site for our other COVID projects, and they will be able to work concurrently on these 2 rooms. We also have the ability to have inspection by the 30th from the local state inspector who's located in Cody.
Okay, thank you. Questions for from the board to anyone at this point? Any questions? Any questions? Well, thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I do wish we could find a way to fund this, but that sounds like it's fairly clearly outside of the guidelines as far as having them set up and in use during the covered period. So I would move that we do not fund this request.
The motion's been made not to fund. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion not to fund, signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see the thumbs up from the superintendent, secretary, and auditor and treasurer. Is that correct, Mr. Treasurer? You're over on the other side of the screen. Is that a thumbs up or down?
Reluctantly so.
I share that reluctance, and you know, if Congress is able to do something, I certainly would encourage everyone to revisit. So thank you. That motion carries, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman.
Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the last matter on the timeline necessity concern list is the town of Moorcroft. And to the extent relevant, the amount in the table that says up to allocation should be $26,189, and then over allocation should be $216,311. That's just to correct those figures on the table itself. With respect to the request, the town of Moorcroft is seeking $242,500 to remodel an existing building to allow for greater social distancing. The applicant has stated that an anticipated completion date of December 30th would not be out of the question, but it's really unclear at this point. So perhaps those are questions for the applicant.
Thank you. Any questions for the staff or any further color from the staff? Seeing none, I see that Mr. Clark has raised his hand. And I'll recognize Mr. Clark.
Good morning. This is Cheryl Schneider, the clerk treasurer in the town of Moorcroft. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I have in attendance Mayor Dick Clare as well as Chief Bill Bryant for any questions should you have any. The application we put in was for the remodel of a building that the town does own, which was the former elementary school. However, receiving the materials that we need for completion at this time does not appear feasible. So we feel like we do need to withdraw our application at this time.
Thank you, and that's disappointing.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the town of Moorcroft?
This is Mayor Clare. I would like to thank the committee for even considering our application. It's something that's been on our horizon for more than a couple of years. Funding has been a problem, but it's something that we're going to do at some point in time is move our city hall and police department.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I very much appreciate and keep us apprised. We'll do what we can to be helpful.
Thank you.
That matter has been withdrawn. Director, do we have anything more on this list? If not, I would recommend we take a little break.
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the timeline and necessity concerns list.
All right, members of the board, without objection, if it's all right with you, we are at 11:30. I would take your direction. If you want to proceed, we sure can, but I'm thinking it might actually make sense for us to break for maybe 20 minutes or so.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
So we'll come back into order. I'm going to say right around noon, if that's okay.
All right.
Thank you. Madam Director, I see it is straight up noon. And I see that we have the secretary, the auditor, the superintendent, and it appears Treasurer Myers muted, but he should be here as well. So.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we are now on to the cost effectiveness necessity concerns list. I remind the board that the costs must be incurred due to the COVID-19 health crisis, and that necessity requires a cost effectiveness inquiry. In other words, could this have been done through leasing or improving existing property or in some other way? And the applicant would have to maintain documentation to support this. As with some of the previous tables, we do have a couple of applications that must be untabled in order to be able to proceed to entertain them. I'm happy to provide those to you at this time.
Thank you, that'd be great.
Okay, so the following applications must be untabled. Number 1, Bighorn County. Number 5, the City of Casper. Number 11, Carbon County for Hannah Senior Center. Number 13, Senior Citizens Council doing business as the Hub on Smith. And number 17, the City of Casper.
Automatic doors and outdoor warming area at Hogadon. Very good. I would entertain a motion to take item number 1, number 5, number 11, number 13, and number 17 off the table, if that is correct, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
Is that seconded by the auditor? All in favor with a thumbs up? That motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, as we go through this list of the necessity and cost effectiveness concerns, there may be instances in which some of the applications concern similar items, and I will point those out to you, and then the board can decide whether to go individually or to consider the topic collectively, however you wish to proceed. But in any event, the first application is Bighorn County. The request is for $3,000. The applicant has stated to reduce the risk of COVID-19 spread, they began housing new arrivals in the booking cells. The applicant is requesting funding for amenities such as televisions for those cells. Beth or Pat, any further color on that?
To add, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Please proceed.
I'm sorry, nothing to add.
Oh, okay, thank you. Any questions for the staff? Any considerations? I see we have Lorraine Dobbs with a hand raised. I would recognize Lorraine Dobbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I just, as a member of the incident management team that has been overseeing the expenses and requests from Bighorn County, I just wanted to speak to this request for inmate amenities. This is specific to our contract with the federal marshals for housing inmates for them. We are unable to just end that contract because COVID came into play. And we were receiving inmates who had been tested prior to them sending them to us. But when we received them, we tested each inmate as they were received into our facility. And we had within the first few months, we received 8 positive inmates for COVID-19, and they had to be quarantined. They actually received quarantine orders, and we were unable to accomplish that without using our booking cells as well as our inmate facilities. We didn't have enough cells to accommodate the quarantine that was required. So we had to make our booking cells into holding cells. And by the ACLU standards, all inmates must be provided mental and social engagement, which is the reason for the purchase of a TV. We did not purchase multiple TVs. We purchased one TV that was for the holding cell area that was converted into, booking room that was converted into a holding cell. And then we also, because we had so many inmates at a time that were testing positive as we were receiving them from the federal marshals, we had to come up with a different methodology even for laundering their clothing to keep it separated. For meals, that we had to use disposable, individually wrapped meals with disposable utensils, disposable trays, and so forth. We couldn't utilize the same methodology as we were for the other inmates. So that is the reason for an increased cost for amenities, and I would be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbs. Question from from the secretary.
It's just faster for me to ask, how much of that is attributed to the television? How much of that cost request?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact breakdown of that, but it was a very small amount. I don't have that in front of me. I have the itemized part that was turned in was included isolated inmate supplies and cell amenities, which one piece of that was the TV. I'm sorry that I don't have that in the statement that I have in front of me right now. I can tell you though that I apologize,
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can tell you that the facility that we have, the holding facility that we have, has a small library, and it was recommended that the books not be shared between isolated inmates and other inmates, and so even a smaller portion of that library was then allocated for those that were in isolation. And so they had gone through all of the books that they had, and there was no other social engagement that was available to us. And the television that was purchased was comparable to the ones that were already in the cells that were provided for the other inmates. So it was not an extravagant amount, and it was not the larger amount of that $3,000, because that included some clothing, it included all of the meals, it included extra hydration, it included bathroom amenities. All of that is included in the $3,000. I think that's a small amount that's very reasonable.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further questions? Mr. Treasurer, do you have your hand up?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to pass, Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer Meyer has moved to pass the inmate amenities of Bighorn County. Is there a second?
I'd second it.
I'm sorry, Secretary Buchanan has seconded it. Is there any discussion? Sorry, my phone is calling. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. Thumbs up from the superintendent, the treasurer, the secretary, Auditor Racinas. Does not, she is a thumbs down. So that motion does carry. Auditor Racinas is a no vote. Next item. Thank you, Ms. Dobbs.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the cost effectiveness necessity concerns list is the town of Wheatland. They are requesting $41,300 for an incinerator to dispose of PPE.
Thank you. I think we had somebody on earlier. I'm sorry, I don't see my notes who that was, but this was for the town of Wheatland. I think it is. That's right, Candy Wright. Before I recognize you, Ms. Wright, let me just ask if there's any further color from the staff or questions for the staff from the board. Seeing none, Ms. Wright, I will recognize you, and thanks for your patience.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I apologize for speaking out of turn earlier. I was jumping the gun, so I apologize. But I'd like to speak to this request for the incinerator. It's for the town of Wheatland. It would be based out of the police department for the disposal of PPE. The incinerator would be used for all departments, including the Wheatland Volunteer Fire Department. And we would make it available as needed as a backup for the hospital and the nursing home. We're a small community and we work well together. We no longer have a landfill. We closed our landfill. And so at this time, we kind of have struggled with disposing of PPE. And since the whole COVID-19 and we are, let's see, what do I want to say? We're dressing up and protecting ourselves better when cleaning the public bathrooms and working on the sewer lagoons and stuff. We are definitely struggling with disposing correctly our PPE. And I would entertain any questions you have for me.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Are there questions for Ms. Wright from the board? Mr. Secretary.
Just briefly, as far as permitting, and I'm not aware of what type of permitting might be required to put an incinerator into use, as far as, you know, clean air issues and things like that. Do you have any idea of the timeline under which you could get this permitted and working?
Mr. Secretary, that's a good question. I don't have Chief Willitson here with me right now. I know the incinerator's ready for us as soon as I give the okay, but I am unable to answer the questions on the permitting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Secretary. Further questions?
Yes. Go ahead.
Auditor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, you had a follow-up?
No, I did, but I'll defer. I'd rather keep going. So.
Mr. Chairman, my question might be for staff, and I don't know that anyone would know this, but does PPE have to be incinerated, or what is the guidance from CDC on what to do with it? I mean, it makes sense to me, but it also, I think our duty under the guidance is to make sure we don't go overkill from a cost standpoint on something that can be done less expensive. So that's my reason for the question. Is there explicit guidance that PPE needs to be, you know, put in an incinerator versus disposed of in a more traditional manner.
Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, while I don't know if it's required by the CDC, I do know that the board funded an incinerator at the last meeting for Converse County in the amount of $28,469. And for some reason, I want to say that situation was a little different, but I don't know if maybe Wheatland could leverage off of Converse County having one. I don't know. Pat and Jim, do you have anything?
Mr. Chairman, it is correct that there was an incinerator funded at the last meeting. This is a unique question as to whether or not it's more cost effective to purchase this piece of equipment than to dispose of PPE through other means. As far as I am aware, I don't know if there are any recommendations on how to dispose of PPE, although when we were researching HVAC systems and other things, it's our belief, and for whatever it's worth, that the virus can't survive outside of a human host for a significant period of time. So I wouldn't think there would be particular need to incinerate rather than put it in a landfill, but that's my completely unqualified opinion.
Ms. Blackwell.
I would note that the town of Wheatland, while their landfill is closed, I believe they do have a new transfer station and should have a contract with someone to haul their trash. So maybe they could discuss that.
Thank you. Ms. Wright, do you want to take a shot at that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a transfer station in place now, and we haul our trash to Torrington 2-3 times a week. And yes, we have that capability. We just didn't know if that PPE should be incinerated. And according to Chief Willardson, he just was feeling better if it was incinerated instead of going out into the trash trucks, you know, to the transfer station into Torrington.
Mr. Chairman?
Treasurer Meyer.
Wouldn't the PPE have to be isolated from the other trash, or you'd end up incinerating all of the trash? And that would get extremely expensive. The transfer, I think, would pose some significant, I guess, hurdles to clear.
Ms. Wright, just curious as to handling and what's perceived to be your approach there.
So, Mr. Chairman, so is your question is how we handle it now or how we'd handle it without the incinerator, or continue?
I think it's really how you would separate the PPE to be handled by the incinerator. And I guess I'd further ask a little bit, since PPE really would refer to face shields, which would be plastic, any kind of face covering, which could be, you know, an N95 or some other cloth gowns, gloves, all of that. Is that all what's anticipated to be used with this incinerator? And then how would you separate, and how did you propose dealing with that? Or would it be handling other types of waste as well?
Mr. Chairman, we would, at this time, we don't have the plastic face shields. We use the masks the gowns, I guess the coveralls. We cover the shoes and the gloves. And at this time they bag them and then put them in the trash. With the incinerator, we'd still bag it. And then we would just have it available where the police department assists us with the incineration of it. So we would burn all of that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, Auditor.
For what it's worth, since we're all epidemiologists now in our spare time, but this is from the CDC guidance website, and the FAQ is, how do I handle personal protective equipment waste? And it says, discard PPE into a trash can. Facility waste does not need disinfection.
Okay. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, one more quick question for Beth, maybe. The incinerator that we previously approved, was that for a hospital?
Madam Auditor, let me do a little more research. The applicant was the county. Let me pull up that application real quick and I can let you know. Just give me 2 minutes, maybe, not even that.
Thank you.
Ms.
Mr.
Blackwell.
Chairman, Madam Auditor, it appears that request came from the Sheriff's Office. The entities that would use it include the hospital on that application.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Further questions? Further discussion? What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess we've funded these things before. So as far as the need in COVID, I think that bridge has been crossed, hasn't it?
We did fund something last time, according to Mr. Miller, for Converse County. I saw at the same time you started speaking, Mr. Treasurer, Secretary Buchanan had raised his hand, so
I apologize.
I want to just recognize. No worries. No worries.
I was just going to make the motion because frankly I don't remember the discussion for the Converse County particularly, and so I don't know if they were needing to dispose something other than PPE, but this is kind of a tough one because we are, well, I'll make the motion and then we can discuss it. So I would move, Mr. Chairman, to approve the town of Wheatland in the amount of $41,300 to purchase an incinerator to dispose of the PPE, and with all the requisite conditions that go along with these grants.
And that's been seconded by the treasurer. So moved by the secretary, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Absolutely, please.
And so to continue on with what I was going to say, on the one hand, it sounds like it's not necessary to dispose of the PPE via incinerator. And I'm not sure, I'm not confident also that it can be in place by the 31st. It sounds like it can be ordered, or it could be nearby and it could be put into place, but I don't know what type of permitting might be necessary for an incinerator. I'm not familiar with that either. So I have some reservations. On the other hand, as the treasurer mentioned, I mean, I'm sure that if we've approved those before, I'd like to be consistent. Certainly it's not beyond the pale as far as incinerating PPE. And so that's why I made the motion to approve it. But I would like to emphasize that the condition, obviously, that it would have to be in place in time. And that's my one remaining concern, is if there is some type of permitting requirement, whether or not that could be completed by the end of the month.
So thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think there are a couple of items that are there. Ms. Blackwell or Mr. Miller, I'll give you a little bit of chance, but I wanted to see if you could put some further color on the Converse County, or perhaps Director, you have a recollection of that. I did notice that Ms. Blackwell had suggested she could reach out to DEQ to determine what a permitting issue was. And then Ms. Wright, I guess, you might be able to actually have already done that and would be able to answer the question of whether it can arrive, whether the permit, if there's one necessary, can be gotten with some speed, if that's possible. So let me start, Ms. Wright, with you, and then I'll move to Ms. Blackwell and Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, I know that we can have the incinerator here within about 8 days, but I am still unsure on the permitting. I will have to look into that as soon as I am done with this call.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Blackwell or Mr. Miller, let's let Beth do a little more work. Mr. Miller, any color on what the Converse County request was?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the reasoning behind the other one was that it was also able to be used for the hospital there, whereas I don't believe that's the case here. So if you're looking for a distinction, that I believe is an important one. Other than that, I don't have any more color to add to the Converse County.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Wright, I thought you had mentioned that the hospital could use this same facility. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we'd be willing to assist the nursing home or the hospital as a backup incinerator. I know that they do have one, but we would be willing to help them in any way as a backup.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Ms. Blackwell. Oh, she's on the phone. So I'll just wait until she has perhaps the answer. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board,
Thank you.
per Craig McComey in DEQ, he said this would be a change to their permit and they would require an air quality permit, which could take months.
All right, well, thank you for that. So is there further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secretary. Let me recognize Mr. Secretary, then Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say if I wasn't clear, my motion included the condition that this would have to be in place. And, you know, if we were to vote for this, I think Platte County needs to understand that even though they order it, and then if they don't get the permitting for the air quality, as Auditor Racinas is so good about pointing out, we do need to point out, you know, you could be on the hook for this expenditure that you committed to if you can't meet those conditions. And so, Ms. Wright, we're always very careful to point that out. And my motion certainly would include the condition that obviously it be in place, and that includes the permitting. So.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Is there any emergency use air quality permits that DEQ does? I think they might do someone on, you know, some of those on gas wells and flaring and things. I'm not that familiar, Mr. Chairman. I think you have a better working understanding than I do.
Mr. Treasurer, flaring is the province of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Yeah. And I'm not aware of any special provisions, but certainly that would be available if there was a way to do that. So I think with the conditions that I'm interpreting, the Secretary has put on this, which I'm assuming you would agree to, that
yeah,
that those conditions would be intact. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion with the contingencies associated with it, signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see 1, 2, 3 thumbs up. Thank you. Nays with a thumbs down. Madam Auditor and the Governor are both negatives on that. Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you very much, Ms. Wright.
Thank you.
Next.
Mr. Chairman, the next application on the cost effectiveness necessity concerns, there are 2 of them that sort of entertain the same request or similar requests. First is the town of Lyman for $4,232. They're looking for, of that, $1,600 for leather furniture to replace their fabric furniture, and $2,632 for a remote door opening system. Similarly, number 4, the city of Evanston is looking for $19,013, requesting funding to replace office chairs and install touchless fixtures. So they're along the same lines, but the board could entertain them separately or sort of collectively based on policy.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director. Any further color from the staff or questions for the staff from the board? Seeing none. Mr. Baum, do we have anybody who's wanting to raise their hand? I don't see anybody on my list.
Mr. Chairman, currently, oh, there's one right there.
Thank you. So I have Mikey Madrid.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Mika Madrid with the City of Evanston. Yes. So
Sorry.
oh, that's perfectly fine. That's all right. Happens all the time, actually. So our request is for, we had all cloth chairs in a lot of public areas and like multi-use seats being used by, a number of people. So we replaced all those. And then the touchless fixtures also include in our public restrooms, like here at City Hall and in other areas of the city, for toilets, for faucets, and for paper towel dispensers to kind of remediate any transmission of COVID. And none of these items were in our budget previous to COVID, so.
Thank you, Ms. Madrid. Any questions for Ms. Madrid? Thank you for that. Is there anyone from the town of Lyman who would like to address the board? Seeing none, Mr. Bump, let me double check with you.
Mr. Chairman, not seeing any hands.
Thank you. So with that, members of the board, there is a menu of choices. Deal with both or deal with them individually. What is your pleasure? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move both the town of Lyman and city of Evanston approval for their remediation efforts on COVID transmission in the sums of $4,232 for Lyman and $19,013 for the city of Evanston.
Thank you. Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll
Is
second
there a
it.
second?
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the auditor has seconded it. Thank you, auditor. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion? Madam Auditor.
I would just note, I know our list says leather furniture, which was really not working for me when it came to the disinfecting qualities of that. But I would note that the town of Lyman's application speaks of vinyl covering, which would be disinfectable, I guess. I say that out loud if the leather portion of that was giving anyone else heartburn.
Thank you. Would you like to change the, I guess,
that's a friendly amendment to say
Mr.
vinyl.
Treasurer, it might be
in the deal,
okay.
go from
Is that
leather
right
to
with
vinyl
that?
or to a disinfectable furniture that's more generic but specific at the same time.
Thank you. Is that okay with the seconder?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It is. It is. All right. Any further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor, sorry, Ms. Blackwell.
I do want to read something that was included in their application as of shipping things. One item is Catalina leather guest chair with padded armrests for reception meeting, conference, and waiting room side office, home, back. There's for $227.99. And then another one of those for $432. I can, if
might
you want
wanna
me to
put
share
that in
my
chat.
screen, sir, I can show the whole shipping receipt if you would like.
That would be nice. Mr.
All right.
Treasurer, this is reminding me of our Capitol furniture.
And Mr. Chairman, I think we did buy leather furniture. They weren't vinyl, if I recall.
But Mr. Chairman, that was not CARES money.
Well, true enough. It may have not been a good purchase in the long run. Anyway.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Beth. These have already been bought and they're part of this. So if we're gonna say non-disinfectable furniture, I guess we could say excluding any non-disinfectable purchases. So those items would have to be taken off and the amount adjusted.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we could absolutely, when we are processing their pay requests, we can review what kind of material items are made of. If it's not specifically documented, we can ask for that information and not reimburse for any items that cannot be disinfected, such as leather furniture.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I kind of feel that if it's COVID related and we're replacing a furniture that's cloth and is easily holds contamination with another product that's only marginally better, then we're necessarily not meeting our mark. So.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So I'm assuming that, and I want to be cautious about this, I'm assuming that is a contingency that you're associating with your motion.
Yes.
And that the seconder would also agree with that as well.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would note that we could just remove the $1,600, but I think maybe the contingency is better, so that would apply to both Evanston and Norman. So I'm fine with that.
Thank you very much. Further discussion. Ms. Blackwell, thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion with all the contingencies associated with it, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I have all members of the board have signified with a thumbs up. Thank you, Madam Director. Next item. And I apologize, Ms. Madrid, Mika, I won't make that mistake again, I hope. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have another potential grouping here of applications. It's number 5 through number 8. Number 5 is the City of Casper for $69,540, $24,000 of which would be for communications software to help manage COVID-19 response, and $45,540 of that would be for touchless time clocks to replace the iPads currently used to track time. The next one in the grouping is number 6, Town of Mills. And just for purposes of accuracy, you'll note that the $58,200 in the table is listed as over allocation. They are not over their allocation. That was a mistake there. But anyway, the Town of Mills, $58,200, $10,130 of that for Municode software to upgrade the city website to improve the public's access to information. and $48,070 to reimburse bill forgiveness for ambulance and water services. Number 7, the city of Lander, $100,000. They're requesting funding to purchase remote and paperless services for timekeeping, maintenance orders, building permits, variance requests, compliance issues, citations, and purchase orders. Then finally, the Converse County, they are requesting funding for case management software for a local NGO to reduce the dependence on paper files. So the commonality here is software.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any further color from either Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell? Hearing none. Any questions? If not, I see a Tim Cortez and a Sabrina Foreman. Let me recognize Mr. Cortez first.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, pursuant to the earlier awards that the city of Casper received in the meeting today, we would respectfully request to remove our application, which would be this item number 5, as well as number 17 on this list. In addition, we did have 2 items on the no funding list, which were number 7 and number 11, that we would also be willing to withdraw. I would take any questions, though.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. That's very good. Any questions for Mr. Cortez from the board? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Madam Director, I guess we will take that request. Let me now recognize Sabrina Foreman, Ms. Foreman, and then we have a couple of others who've also joined.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and board members. Hi, Mr. Chairman and board members. This is Sabrina Foreman, the Community Development Director with the Town of Mills. I also have with me our town clerk, Christine Trumbull. We put this application together, the 2 of us did, and we wanted to address the website upgrade and the bill forgiveness. I'll address the website upgrades and I'll let Christine do the bill forgiveness. We upgraded our website because our other website did not have a lot of good information. It was not a searchable site. It was kind of an upgrade from a previous website. And so back in June, we started new updates because we wanted our general public and anyone addressing our website to be able to find COVID information and find the town information and policies. And so that's why we were upgrading that at the time, and we got it upgraded. It was complete the end of October. I'm gonna let Christine do the bill forgiveness part.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and board members.
Let me just ask quickly if there's any questions about the web update from members of the board. I don't see any. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. The bill forgiveness, the town council passed a resolution to help the residents who are experiencing difficulties with an economic downturn from the COVID to forgive their water part of their bills, and people with ambulance who couldn't pay because of being laid off from their jobs. We had a process in place where I called the employers to verify that they were laid off or furloughed, and we have slips to show that we could prove that they were, and this is the amount of about $48,000 that we wrote we forgive for COVID forgiveness.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, hearing none, I see is it Sherry Lara?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Chairman.
Just for the record, pronounce your name.
Shari Lara, and I'm the city treasurer. We Ours is less software, more equipment. We have 49 full-time city employees. The month of November, we had 9 employees out due to COVID. This was 20% of our workforce. This made us really look at our processes and where we were negligent in the contamination of and quarantining the other employees with people that were positive. We had already gone to the cloud-based technology for timekeeping, maintenance orders, GIS, and our financial statement software. However, we did hire an outside consultant to develop the electronic purchase orders so that we weren't passing papers between departments for approvals and they weren't coming to City Hall. But we still realized that we had a lot of the guys in the field and public works repairing meters, maintenance orders, water testing, and they would all have to go back to the public works building or public safety building in order to complete their paperwork. We have purchased equipment and small computers that will be mounted in these public works vehicles. So essentially, how we've allowed our administrative staff a computer and the supplies that they need to be able to work at home. This is allowing our public works and our public safety employees to have their office in their vehicle so that they're not all going to the public works department to submit their paperwork. We also are required that we're doing the lagoon testings for the state training school or the Wyoming Life Resource Center and our sewer lagoons. That requires paperwork, and it was just across of it really affected, well, our street department was totally eliminated in that. And now our public works and our water departments, those are the people that we're trying to keep separate and from all going to public buildings at one time so that we're not having to quarantine entire crews. I stand for question.
Thank you, Shari. Are there questions? I think Secretary Buchanan, did you raise your hand? Oh, no, he didn't. Auditor Racinas. No. Any questions? Okay, thanks. So I have a Monique Meese. I would recognize Ms. Meese. Ms. Meese has dropped off the list. Mr. Bump, was there something that happened there?
Mr. Chairman, she lowered her hand, so.
Okay. And I see she says my mistake. We have a Karen Rimmer, Ms. Rimmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Is it appropriate now for me to speak on the Converse Hope Center software upgrades that Converse County applied on behalf of? I want to make sure I was doing this right.
I think it is fine, yes.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of quick notes on that. Again, I'm the county clerk for Converse County, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Hope Center as a board member. And so what this software is, it's basically, it's called Civicor. Right now, the Hope Center has no ability to do any of the client files on a remote basis. Basically how it's set up in the office is there's a locked closet space where all of these files are kept and they're all on paper. And so 2 issues come up. One is the fact that people have to kind of congregate in that area in order to access the files. The other, so that the social distancing becomes a problem. And probably the bigger issue is the fact that the advocates could not take any client files home because it's a confidentiality issue to take the client files home. In case other household members see some of the sensitive information, that kind of thing. And so, and some of their requirements for confidentiality of the client's information. It doesn't really make that a possibility. So they weren't able to take client files home. They had closed for a period of time earlier in the year when COVID really first started taking off. And then they were actually the first such organization in the state that opened. They opened before anybody else because they didn't have the ability to work remotely and access the data remotely. So they did open up. They what they've had to do is kind of just keep the numbers of staff in office limited, which, you know, if they had remote access, it wouldn't be as big of a deal, but it's just kind of proven to be a difficulty for them to really update their client files and keep everything updated. So a couple things with this software is it would be tailored to how they do business now. And so the importance of that is it limits the training time and they could kind of hit the ground running with it. Trying to think, I think that's the majority of it, but I would answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Rimmer? Hearing none. Any questions on any of these items?
I think that's what they're doing.
Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I'm going to move that we do not fund these 3 items, and I have multiple concerns with them, which I'll try to elaborate. The software in general, I think we're getting very, I understand the need, but need is something different than necessity under the CARES Act, which is what we've been struggling with all along. So I'll say that in general. A few more specific items. The reimbursement for bill forgiveness, I have concerns with. I know we had spoken about that previously at a meeting with the AG's office about another entity determining eligibility for programs like that. So there is some concern there whether we can place our responsibility on somebody else for determining that eligibility. And then the bigger concern, which I think touches on several of these, is we've denied in the past, for example, the GIS systems or systems that allow employees to transfer information from their work vehicles to back to the office. And I think, and maybe the AG's office can add some color there, but the distinction is COVID dollars can be allowed to for telework expenses. However, a maintenance employee or a police officer or a fill in the blank employee working from their vehicle is not teleworking. Now, I'm trying to pull together memory from prior meetings. So if the AG's office wants to correct anything, they think I might have misrepresented, which is possible. But those are some of the reasons that I would move that we do not approve these items.
Thank you. And that has been seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? So the motion that's been moved and seconded is not to fund the 3 items, number 6, Town of Mills, number 7, City of Lander, and number 8, Converse County, on behalf of the Hope Center. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have thumbs up from everybody. Okay. Thank you. Next item.
Mr. Chairman,
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we still have the second piece of the Town of Mills application related to bill forgiveness.
I thought, Madam Auditor, that was part of your motion, wasn't it?
That was my intent, Mr. Chairman, unless
Yeah.
everybody else understood it differently.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, my mistake. I thought we were just addressing the software.
No, I think the auditor's motion spoke to basically the concern about offloading that responsibility. So next item.
Next item, Mr. Chairman, is the Town of Jackson. Their request is for, the amount that's in the table is incorrect. The amount that they've requested needs to be decreased to $307,026. And the request is for an NGO's PPE and food delivery expenses and for an NGO's hazard pay expenses. And while these may be eligible under the CARES Act, if the board determines they're necessary, we're not sure if such projects are eligible under the state legislation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield to Mr. Miller to provide additional information and color on that.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our concern would be particularly with payroll. It would be very difficult to categorize those as an expense of a city, town, or county. And then as far as the other items on that list go, food delivery expenses very well might be necessary for a county to reimburse, as long as the county reimburses the expenses and then the board reimburses the county. That would, I believe, qualify within the state legislation. And I believe it would be the same thing with PPE.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what's the Town of Jackson's part of that separating out the hazard pay and just doing the PPE and food delivery?
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I don't know if we have anybody from the Town of Jackson on, but I do see Ms. Blackwell. So I'll recognize you, Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the PPE and the food delivery expenses total $290,429.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion for the 200 and was that $29,400?
$290,429.
Okay, 200,090. Yeah. Whatever, Mr. Chairman, my attention span is less and less. Whatever Beth said, 290,000 and change.
Thank you. Just from form, I'll say, is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second if we, if the treasurer would maybe allow us to just clarify that this would have to be paid to the town would have to pay it, and then we would reimburse the town.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's just as was stated, the normal way that it has to occur is the way that it would have to occur to get the money.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. I do see, and that's the reason I said for form, I do see Kelly Thompson. So I want to recognize Kelly Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board. Kelly Thompson, Town Finance Director. The way we've written these is those entities pay vendors directly, and then we're applying on their behalf. You guys will pay us, and we would pass the funds back to those NGOs if that's proper. And they've actually signed sub-recipient agreements assuring all the Slib and CARES Act rules.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I see Auditor Racinas.
Mr. Chairman, I guess, I mean, that, Kelly, that makes sense to me, but I think that was our concern, that that may not comport under the state legislation. It may be, and I know this is nitpicking, but it may be that the town has to cut the check and then we reimburse. And Jim or Pat, jump in and shut me up if need be. Am I saying that correctly?
Okay, I'll recognize Mr. Miller, and then I want to note that superintendent's in line. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Auditor, it's my understanding that you were saying roughly the same thing as Mr. Thompson was, but I might have been missing that. But as long as our money is going to cover a town or county expense, so we're paying the money to them in response to an expenditure that they made to the subrecipient, then I think we're fine along with the state legislation. And that was what I understood Mr. Thompson to be saying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just being an accountant.
Thank you. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the auditor asked a different question, but Mr. Miller answered the question I had, and that was really just to the payment and the reimbursement if it had happened. So I don't have anything to add. Thank you for the answer, Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We have a motion in front of us. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see the treasurer, I see the auditor, I see the superintendent, and I see the secretary, and I will all vote aye. Thank you and congratulations. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, the next grouping all has to do with purchasing of vehicles, and these are applications numbers 10 through 15. Number 10 is Platte County Hospital District. They are seeking $26,999 to purchase an additional van for its residential facilities to transport residents to medical appointments. The concern is why leasing is not a reasonable alternative. Number 11 is the Hannah Senior Center. They're seeking $35,000 for a van to use for food deliveries to seniors. The applicant currently has its employees using personal vehicles and is reimbursing their mileage. The concerns here are necessity and cost effectiveness in light of the recent guidance from the U.S. Treasury. Number 12 is Weston County. They are seeking $49,414 to purchase a vehicle to help haul PP&E and supplies. The board's previously funded similar purchases, but again, in light of the most recent guidance, the concerns are cost effectiveness. Number 13 is the Hub on Smith. They're seeking $107,912. $99,335 of that is for 3 help at home vehicles. $8,577 of that is for charting and management software. Number 14 is Converse County. They are seeking $45,000 for a new vehicle so that employees will not have to use personal vehicles for county business. Again, the concern is necessity and cost effectiveness in light of the guidance. And then finally, number 15 is Wyoming Home Health. They are seeking $124,300 for 4 new vehicles so each individual employee can have a vehicle for making home visits. Again, necessity and cost effectiveness is the concern.
Thank you. And are there any comments from either staff members? If there are none, then any questions for staff? Okay, I recognize we have several people who have, or at least a couple that have spoken up. We have Gilbert Nelson, Eric Boley and Carmen Rideout. Members of the board, I recognize these all have to do with vehicles. There are some different applications here. What is your, do you want to deal with all of these together as vehicles, or do we want to look at them one at a time?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, and now I'll recognize Mr. Meyer, Treasurer Meyer.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
And maybe I missed it, but I think it would be helpful to go over the recent Treasury guidance before we get too far down the road on all these, because then we'll have maybe additional information by which to measure these requests. And then the participants can also, I guess, tell us why that guidance may not apply. So.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll let Mr. Miller do that in just a moment. Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the Treasury guidance is, but I know on, I think the first three here that we have, I guess, funded those. I recall the PPE one there from Weston County. We funded, I think, one in Washakie County. I think we funded a transport and a meal delivery van. I don't recall having any funding for carpooling. Number 15, that's about as nondescript as you can get. So I don't believe we can do all of these necessarily as a block, because there is a lot of variability. But I would, if we've got a different guidance now as we did, and we've already funded some van, in one or two of our last sessions, then I'm not sure what we can do about it, but I'd like to be consistent with what we've done ourselves in funding. And there's been some interesting things recently out of the Treasury that I'm not sure we can necessarily rely on to to continue to be prudent guidance.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller, or Mr. Peters, or Ms. Monger, is there a review that you can provide us on recent Treasury guidance?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is from question 58 of the FAQ, which was released in late October. And it says, as with all uses of payments from the fund, the use of payments to acquire or improve property is limited to that which is necessary due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. In the context of acquisitions of real estate and acquisitions of equipment, this means that the acquisition itself must be necessary. In particular, a government must, 1, determine that it is not able to meet the need arising from the public health emergency in a cost-effective manner by leasing property or equipment or by improving property already owned, and 2, maintain documentation to support this determination. So this is, it would have been nice to know much earlier in the program, but this is what we have to work with at the current time. And for applicants who have already received purchases or have already been approved for purchases, I believe we will be reaching out with requests for additional documentation to get at least some written explanation of why they felt they needed to apply to us to purchase as opposed to lease. So we will be trying to treat all applicants consistently by, even if it's retroactively, at least requesting some documentation on why they applied to purchase instead of applied to lease. For these applications, if the board decides that it would like to fund any of these purchases, I would suggest that the motion include a finding that the purchase is necessary and that leasing will not reasonably meet the applicant's needs, and then go forward with funding that. So if you are going to move forward on these purchases, we would recommend making that finding explicitly in the motion. And that will help us.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate that. And so, so that it's clear again, with any of these new guidance findings, discussion items, efforts coming out of Treasury or elsewhere on these items, that will be communicated back to earlier recipients. I think you and I had this conversation that it's a challenge, but nonetheless, I think we are obliged to do that, just to make sure that we handle consistently from the beginning of the year till, or not the beginning of the year, the beginning of our funding efforts till now. Is that correct?
That is our goal, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. So with that, I have Mr. Nelson, I have Mr. Boley, and I have Ms. Rideout. So Mr. Nelson, I'll recognize you first.
Thank you, Commissioner and Board. Yes, I'm with Weston County. I'm the emergency manager. And about leasing, there's really nowhere to really, I mean, I could lease a lease option. I guess I'm not, there's nowhere to really like short-term lease a vehicle in Newcastle. But purchasing a new vehicle, I currently have a $19,000 budget. That's all I have annually for my department. So this would be a big addition. I wouldn't need this if it wasn't for COVID. Today I received 2 more pallets of PPE. I currently deliver PPE across Weston County, whether it's Upton, is a 60-mile round trip drive. Right now, with my current vehicle, it takes me multiple trips. So with the requested vehicle, I gain the ability of a truck bed and the ability to pull a trailer to haul PPE, and we'll soon be going into the vaccination and dispensing phase. So I'll be able to use this along with public health. I work with public health really closely with Lori Bickford, and I'll be assisting them setting up dispensing and vaccination as well, being able to pull their trailer as well. So being able to get the PPE to all the healthcare facilities, businesses, and others in a timely manner expeditiously reduces the risk of exposure to all of our patients, our healthcare workers, our manners, assisted living residents, our business owners. We continue to receive countless shipments of PPE. Like I said, today we received 2 more pallets. Right now we have to break them down pallet by pallet. By gaining this, I can be able to put a whole pallet in the back of the truck bed and take it to the hospital if I needed to, if the whole pallet belongs to them. Right now it's quite the process. Being able to fit 4 or 5 boxes into my vehicle, take it, go back, load 5 more boxes. It's not a cost-effective way. If I have to take it to Upton and make 3 trips, that's not very cost-effective either. So I'm trying to make things more cost-effective, get PPE out there, help with the vaccination and dispensing that we're going to be setting up as well. So any questions from you guys? And I am aware that Washakie County and others have been awarded this as well, and they have helped me try to set up a proper method that would work well here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. One quick question from me.
Yes, sir.
You're considering it'll be a 4-wheel drive?
Yes, sir.
And if memory serves, you do have snow that shows up pretty substantially at times, don't you?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Nelson, Auditor Racinas?
Yes, so a general comment and a question. Mr. Nelson, you currently have a company vehicle, correct? It is just insufficient?
Correct. And actually it's in the shop quite a bit, to be honest.
So thank you for that clarification. Mr. Chairman, I think one of the distinguishing factors between these applications that's coming into my head and also plays into some of, because I think we have approved vehicles, but I believe we've also denied vehicles. There's the thought of using it to haul PPE around as necessary. And then there's more a extra cars so people drive separately discussion. And then there's an extra cars so people aren't using their personal cars. And those are very different asks for me. So I just wanted to say that out loud.
Thank you. Thank you, Auditor. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Secretary and then Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree with what the auditor said, and so we have to treat these separately. And so I would just make the motion to we've heard. And I got to get the language right here. I would move that we find the purchase by Weston County of a vehicle to help haul PPE and supplies in the amount of $39,414 is necessary, and leasing is not a reasonable option to meet their need. And so that's the motion.
Okay, and I'm going to recognize the treasurer and then we'll ask for a second.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was going to make almost the same motion, but I was going to, rather than say the leasing is not a viable option, just say it's the most cost-effective option available. So in case there's something else that would come up that would potentially throw it out of qualifying, because yeah, I think that's just almost exactly the same thing. So that's just a comment.
Can I count you then as a second on that motion?
I think the auditor beat me to the second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Very good. I'll recognize the auditor, but also your discussion point. One quick question, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
As you look at purchasing this vehicle, I'm hoping it's a Wyoming and not a South Dakota.
Absolutely. It'll be purchased right here in Newcastle.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to handle this one as we are, just one at a time. All in favor signify with a thumbs up on this. And Mr. Secretary, it's a thumbs up, so that motion carries with the attendant language. All right, congratulations, Mr. Nelson. I see Mr. Boley. Mr. Boley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Eric Boley with Wyoming Hospital Association and Leading Age Wyoming. And Governor, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're getting through COVID. I know it's probably been a rough week for you, but glad that you're healthy. I'm calling today to talk to you about the Platte County Legacy Home, the transport van. And I've listened to the debate and the conversation on this, and I'm not sure if they were able to get on today or not. So I told them that I would help with this. They are a long-term care facility that also has an assisted living, 50 beds in long-term care, 22 assisted living beds. With new guidance that's come out through CDC and CMS, we are unable to transport our residents from long-term care facilities in a convalescent manner, so they have to go separately. With that number of that number of residents, they're constantly going to different appointments, and with only one vehicle up there, which used to meet the needs, it's virtually impossible. They're missing appointments. It's becoming harder and harder for them to take care of their residents. It's kind of specialized vehicle. It would have lifts in the front and on the side to allow wheelchair access. Leasing is really not a viable option, nor would be renting. They have identified a couple of units that are readily available. They can have those in place and in service within just a couple of weeks. So we would ask for your favorable consideration and approval on purchasing this van. It'll help them now and into the future as we wait for the vaccines to roll out, and as we allow our residents and our staff to get that vaccine. It's going to take some time, and they need to be able to transport their residents safely. And I'd answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Is that price right at $26,999, and that includes wheelchair lifts? That seems, completely reasonable, but I just don't know if that's the right price.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I was surprised too, but yeah, they actually have one that they could get next week, or actually tomorrow, if that's ready to go. And I think they've done their very best to minimize the expense, but to make sure they have what's necessary to treat their residents.
Yeah, twice that price, I would be closer to what I've seen them go before. So, all right.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Auditor, I recognize you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just had the same question, and I would maybe leap to the conclusion, which may or may not be accurate, but they may be getting their hands on a used one that's already set up. I mean, that would explain both their ability to get it very quickly and the price that is concerningly reasonable, for lack of a better term.
Mr. Chairman, Auditor, I think you're right. The one that I know is readily available is just across the border, unfortunately, but I have a feeling it might be a used unit. They're just trying to do whatever they can to make sure they have the ability to take those residents safely wherever they need to go.
Thank you, Auditor. I know that Ms. Rideout is also on, and Josie Lauk. I don't know if, and Wendy Newborough. I don't know if any of you are able to address this particular issue.
Mr. Chairman, Josie's the administrator there. She could probably help.
Thank you. So Ms. Lauk, let me recognize you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, very good. Yes, thank you. And thank you, Eric. Very, very well put. Yes, you are correct in assuming that it is a used van, and that's why the price is lower and it's readily available, because it is a used van. And I would also like to add that with social distancing, including the driver and the passengers, then that really decreases how many people we can take to appointments at the same time. So that really kind of infringes on what appointments we can and can't make.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we find that the purchase of a transport van for $26,999 is necessary and the most cost-effective solution to mitigating the conditions affecting Platte County Hospital District, the Platte County Legacy Home, to mitigate the COVID crisis. And
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? It has been seconded by the Auditor Racinas. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see thumbs up all around. Thank you, Madam Director. Thanks very much. Congratulations. Now I see my friend Carmen Rideout, Ms. Rideout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm here on behalf of the Hub on Smith, and we own and operate a home health agency as well. We are requesting funds to improve our operational infrastructure in light of COVID. As you can imagine, our mission is to help vulnerable adults stay in their homes and out of the hospitals and stay as healthy as possible. Currently, we are serving 163 people. We have 14 direct care staff, including nurses, home health aides, and homemakers. And we're seeing, due to COVID, increased needs of the people that we are currently serving, in that some of our folks that may have needed just once a week visit now need 2 or 3 days a week visit. We also have a slew of increased new people that are requesting services. And then the final thing that we are seeing that's different is the people that need supported help going out in the community, whether it's shopping, to the bank, to doctor's appointments, just to navigate the new world of COVID-19 in our community. And because of that, we're requesting some help with ways to be as flexible and nimble and as we can in serving those people, and to be as efficient as possible. And in that vein, we are asking for support for software so our staff can be mobile and remote in their documentation of services. And also the vehicles would be helpful, because right now we do not allow our staff to transport clients that we serve in their own personal vehicles. So purchasing these vehicles would help us, go with them to various appointments throughout the community. So that's the essence of our ask. And as far as the viability of leasing, just doesn't seem like an option for us right now, because that would increase our ongoing operational costs and sustainability in this tough year, especially if there's some budget cuts, just make that impossible for us right now. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Rideout. Are there any questions? Auditor Racinas.
Yes, Ms. Rideout, how are you operating now?
So we are operating with our direct service staff using their personal vehicles, and we have 4 vehicles in our fleet right now. So they're juggling those around. It's really difficult because, again, in COVID, things change quickly about our staffing, who's available and who's not available, and so assigning those cars and doing it in an effective way just makes some of the people that need to get out unable to. And then our software, it's paper. So, we've got all of our staff with task sheets. And again, if somebody needs, like if one of our staff have to sit out for a week or 14 days, again, they've got to transfer all their paper to somebody else. It's just, with the increased need, we just need to be as efficient as we can. So we spend more time serving people than, moving cars around and paper around. So it would be really helpful in that vein.
And so just one follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow-up there?
Yes, you mentioned that leasing is not feasible because there is an ongoing cost, but I think that the concept under the federal guidance is if you can do something cheaper that would work, it should be done that way. So to maybe clarify that question a little bit more, why is it better to purchase these 3 vehicles as opposed to renting 3 vehicles for the next 2 to 3 months, before the vaccine's on the ground? I think that's the question we really need to get comfortable with.
So I think that it's just like, as I think the ongoing cost is what is the concern of, in a budget that we have that is really very, very tight, and we're serving low income people. We want to use, it would be a way to pay the vehicle and not have the ongoing costs that, affects our budget for the next year or 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Auditor. Further questions? Further questions? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Somewhat painfully, I'm going to move that we don't approve this for the following reasons. The case management software, it is quite tangential, and we have consistently denied such requests even today for similar type organizations. When it comes to the vehicles, and Ms. Rideout, I 100% understand what you're saying, is that you would have to, even if those short-term rentals are maybe only January, February, March, you would struggle to potentially fund those. But the challenge that we're having with the very restrictive guidance is we can only operate between now and December 30th. And so it's hard for me to check the box to say it makes more sense to spend $90,000 on 3 vehicles as opposed to, I don't know, $5,000 on renting vehicles for, for the 28 days that remain in this month. So please, the hub, you guys are just doing an amazing job, and I know you're doing an excellent job of responding to this, but that would be my motion, is to not fund this request, Mr. Chairman.
And that motion's been made by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? Motion is not to fund. And so with that, I will call for all ayes to signify with a thumbs up or an aye. I have Secretary and Auditor Racinas with a thumbs up, nays with a thumbs down. I have the Treasurer and I have the superintendent with a thumbs down. I think I am going to be an aye with grave reservations, but I agree. So that motion carries. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, we still have number 11, 14, and 15 in sort of that vehicle.
Oh, okay.
So not sure who's on the line, but it looks like some people.
I lost my feed there for a second. I think Wendy Newbro. Ms. Newbro, you have the floor. And I believe you're talking about Carbon County, is that correct?
Was that a yes? You guys could hear me. I'm new at this speaker thing.
We can barely hear you if you're speaking. Ms. Newbro?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you better, yes.
Thank you. Currently, we have a Carbon County Senior Center employee using their personal vehicle to deliver meals to the Hannah seniors. Since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, the home delivered meals have doubled within the town of Hannah. And that being said, so has the mileage reimbursement and the wear and tear on the volunteers' personal vehicles. And that's why we were asking for the $35,000 to purchase a meal transport van.
Thank you. Superintendent?
Muted.
Whoops. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wendy, I just wonder, have you lost any of your volunteers who deliver meals or employees who deliver meals because they don't want to incur those additional miles on their personal vehicles?
Not as of yet, but we haven't ruled out that possibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Auditor Racinas.
Yes, Wendy, I have two questions. My first one would be how many personal miles have been reimbursed for this endeavor since the COVID pandemic began? We could start with that one.
I'd have to apologize for that. I do not have that information in front of me. I'm filling in for Clerk Bartlett.
Okay, and then my second question would be, as you've just heard, we would have to make a finding that you would not be able to efficiently rent a vehicle to perform this duty between today and the end of the year. And so is there any information that you could give us that would support us making that finding?
I do not. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Auditor.
Mr.
Further
Chairman?
discussion? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. I don't believe there's a car rental place in Hannah, but are these being delivered from Saratoga or are they being delivered from Rollins, the meals?
I believe they're delivered from Rollins. I know we have a Hannah Senior Center in Hannah that may cook them there, but I'm sorry, I'm not very ill prepared for this.
Yeah. I've been in Rollins several times, but I've never seen a car rental place there. in Rawlins. I know from time to time that some vehicle sales garages will rent cars, but I'm not even sure if Rollins still has a vehicle dealership in town. I couldn't tell you. Does anybody know?
We do have 2 vehicle dealerships here. We do not have any rental capabilities.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that kind of gives us maybe the answer we were looking for, as far as not at least easily being able to source a vehicle that can be rented for this time period, or probably any time period. So that could be maybe the what we're looking for to have a finding.
Superintendent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. One more question. What is the mileage range of meal deliveries? And you may have covered that, but I didn't catch the answer. Are you going across Carbon County, or is it just Hannah?
It's my understanding that this is specifically for the Hannah area.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think that what makes this interesting and compelling, Mr. Chairman, is that there are a lot of instances where CRF doesn't fit very well in Wyoming. But when we think about necessary, cost-effective ability to lease or improve, that's a little bit of a game changer, and that's maybe where the CRF does fit in Wyoming. And you know, this is a tough one. I'd be interested to see if there are more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr.
Any
Chairman,
further questions? Yeah, auditor.
I guess I think I know the answer to this. I'm guessing it's no, but I'm just wondering if there's been any requests from you all to fund the mileage reimbursement, the mileage reimbursement over and above the norm related to COVID.
So auditor, I believe you're directing that to Ms. Blackwell or Mr. Miller?
I guess yes, I suppose that's correct. I'm not really sure who I was addressing it to. Because Mr. Chairman, and my point being there, I think we're all focusing on only comparing it to renting a car, while a very relevant comparison in this situation too is the current scenario is they are choosing to reimburse reimburse volunteers or employees for that travel in the same way that the state of Wyoming does. If someone, and I think the rough guidelines is if you're driving 10,000 miles or more, that's when the state starts saying, gosh, maybe it's more efficient for you to have a vehicle versus reimbursement. But at a point below that, it makes more fiscal sense to reimburse. So that was the reason for my earlier question about mileage. But if Beth.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Governor, Madam Auditor, I do believe that we could fund them paying the mileage. I would defer to Pat and Jim, but I believe the most cost-efficient approach includes all options. So if they have people who are willing to use their vehicles and reimbursing the mileage is more cost efficient than renting or purchasing, then I believe that would have to come into consideration. But I think Pat and Jim can lawyerize that opinion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, just a moment. Let me see if
Yeah.
Mr. Miller has a response.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that we have funded previously mileage for meal deliveries when it was deemed necessary. So I do believe we could reimburse those. I would also echo the auditor's point. I do believe that a reimbursement for mileage is very similar structurally to basically a rental payment for the use of your volunteer's car. So I think that we don't necessarily need to look at, is there rental vehicles available, because they've already been basically renting their volunteers' vehicles to make this work. So I do believe the auditor had the correct analysis on this.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
And the analysis I'd like to see whether we bring to it is whether we go back to March and have that rental to the employees for their vehicles, for the entire COVID period. If that's the case, it's probably about $1,200-$1,400 a month for the vehicle that would be reimbursed for those several months. That's a question I'd have for Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, Mr. Miller.
I'm not entirely sure that I understood the question. I do think that if we were looking at this in March, it would be a very different kind of analysis, because we would be looking at the duration of the covered period through December. But I don't believe that we can go back and do that. I really think the board's inquiry is it the most cost effective right now, looking forward, specifically with the covered period, to purchase these vehicles instead of to continue paying reimbursement?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was just looking at it from whether this almost would look like a payroll reimbursement from that standpoint, because you're definitely in part reimbursing the employee for their time to drive and deliver meals. And we do go retroactive on payroll.
Mr. Chair, this is Brandy Monger with the Attorney General's office. And so I think that maybe there's just a couple of things to make sure we're aware of as we make this discussion, because what I've been hearing in the conversation is that these were volunteers and they were donating their time and their car usage, but that might change. Now, one of the things in the guidance of the CARES Act is that you cannot actually reimburse for donations that were made. So we can't go back to March and refund for donations that were made. That's actually part of the guidance and not just an FAQ. So if what we're talking about is volunteers, that's very different than if this facility was paying its employees mileage all along to do that. But if these were volunteers who had donated their time and their vehicles during that period without expecting to get paid, then that is actually an impermissible use of the funds under the guidance.
So I'm going to recognize the auditor. Thank you, Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Brandy. That makes me ask a clarifying question of Wendy. Are these volunteers that are only reimbursed for mileage, or are they volunteers that also volunteer the use of their vehicle?
I guess depending on the day, it could be both. And I know that we do have employees that use their personal vehicles, but then I know that we also have volunteers who help out. So I guess it would be both. Yes to both of those.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up. Are volunteers reimbursed for their mileage? Not their time, but their mileage?
I believe that they are.
Thank you.
So just a point of clarification on this. I think the matter before us is about a transport van, and that's the issue that we're being asked to consider at this point. It feels to me like we're looking for ways around that. Am I missing that point?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was just curious as to whether or not it was more beneficial to the parties to retroactively get reimbursed for the services they are providing, and I think that the question would be specifically whether they can retroactively be reimbursed for the mileage of a volunteer's car. Myself, I'm going to make the motion to fund this van. I don't know where the votes are, but I'm just looking at it from the standpoint that we may have the possibility of, rather than returning funds back to the federal government, is to get it out to, the senior centers and other people that have been reimbursing mileage for vehicles.
Sure. Mr. Treasurer, thanks for that. And I would just mention, I don't think there's any danger of money going back to the federal government. I think we're trying to do our best here as we can, but we also have a number of challenges coming up in the months ahead, and so I very much appreciate the intent. I'm just a little bit nervous about. I think every one of us wants to fund everything on these lists. Some of them just don't make the cut, and I'm a little worried if we start wandering too much, we'll be very long at this task. So.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that we find that the most cost-effective way to mitigate the COVID aspects of the meal delivery is by the purchase of a van, because the rental aspects in Carbon County is not readily available, and it's a long distance each day to travel and deliver the meals. I'm trying to remember. It's about 80 miles from Rollins to Hannah, one way.
I believe 80 miles would be round trip.
That's round trip. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That motion has been made. Is there a second? Is there a second? Superintendent has seconded the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there further? Yes.
Yeah, I will second it. I have some reservations about this as well. However, there is a rural aspect to this request that I think comports with several of the other requests that were made, that does necessitate this as being the most cost-effective approach. So I second it with that in mind.
All right, that motion's been made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please signify with a thumbs up. If you're an aye for funding this matter, I have the superintendent and the treasurer. Nays with a thumbs down. I see the auditor and the secretary with a thumbs down. I very much appreciate this request, but I am also struggling with this, so I will be a nay on this funding request.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have an idea for a motion, but it very well may be inappropriate. So again, I apologize for thinking in public. I would like to make a motion that they be reimbursed for employee and volunteer reimbursements above and beyond what they did last year, meaning the portion related to COVID. I feel like that would be straightforward. I feel like I could put a reasonable cap on the amount, but they have not submitted an application for that. And so that may crush my idea. And the reason, I mean, I agree with the vote we just made, but the reason that it's challenging is there's no, I think in a different time, the message to these applicants would be, this was not the most cost-effective idea, come back with a new idea. And at this point, they can't. So that would be my question, is if I could substitute that.
Okay, I will, I'll let Beth respond to that. I think I'll also see.
I can barely hear you.
Can you barely hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
I can.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Auditor, I'm going to let Ms. Blackwell respond to that, and then I think I'll ask either Mr. Miller, Mr. Peters, or Ms. Monger their view.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to say one of the much smarter attorneys would need to weigh in on the legality of not having an application. I was just going to state that for a processing point of view, from my office and for my staff, this is doable. What we would need is documentation of what their miles were at the prior year and what they were this year. And I think that would be a way for us to determine any excess miles or how to determine that within our office. But I would defer to the attorney as to the legality of the process or this motion.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if that's the pleasure of the board, we can maybe consider this a partial funding with a slightly different remedy than initially intended and consider it part of the same application.
Thank you. I'm just the superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, would that be problematic since we already voted on the matter?
My view would be this is a separate motion. That the motion for the transport vehicle failed. This would be a separate motion. If somebody wants to correct me on my interpretation, they certainly can. But I think the motion would be in order.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Treasurer.
I'd like to ask the auditor if the time period is going to go back to to March or thereabout when COVID was kicking in gear, or was it going to be for the entire year of last year versus this year? What's the time frame are we dealing with?
Mr. Chairman, I think, looking at March 1 through December, or what is today? Today's the 3rd, say March 1 through December of this year versus March 1 through December of last year. I think there's several reasonable ways to come up with a fair amount.
Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I just want to verify when you say March 1 through December, you mean December 30?
Mr. Chairman, Beth, if that doesn't create a mess, if it needs to be through November 30th for purposes of making it easier, I would do that.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, could we do December 15th? That would be the easiest.
And Ms. Blackwell, I'm thinking since the 13th was the official declaration by the president and then subsequently by me, I'm thinking that 15th to the 15th might be the most appropriate. 15th of March to the 15th of December. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense.
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, I again apologize for making this as complicated as I possibly could, but I would make that motion that they be reimbursed for COVID-related meal delivery for the period of March 15th, 2020 through December 15th, 2020, with a maximum of $10,000. Now that works out with the federal IRS reimbursement to be over 17,000 miles, which I think I don't think it will take $10,000, but that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman, up to that amount.
Thank you. That motion's been made. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up. If you are in favor of that motion, and that motion carries. Thank you. Madam Director, I think I have Commissioner Willix again recognized, and then just so he knows, Mr. Carl Rude would follow. So.
Sounds great.
Commissioner Willix.
Thank you, Governor, members of the board. Just real quick, I've been listening to most of this carpool discussion. You know, it's about liability and practicality, and I know there's some challenges out there with the carpool. If we have more than one employee that needs to go somewhere, if they don't have a carpool vehicle, they use their own. That doubles the liability exposure to the county significantly. It also, you shouldn't put two in one vehicle, so it is COVID related. We do not have a new car dealership in Converse County, nor a rental agency in Converse County. We do have 2 or 3 used car dealerships, but no new or leasing agencies that we're aware of. So it's fairly straightforward. It's the question you guys are dealing with that I can appreciate, but the rationale is let's not put people in a contained environment that they can be infected. And the liability, and I would argue the cost effectiveness of having private vehicles used for county business is unwise. I just stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Commissioner Willix?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Commissioner, who would use this? Sorry, I'm trying to find a graceful way to ask this. What county employees are traveling anywhere right now and needing to use the carpool vehicle? And what would that usage be between now and December 30th?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor. So it's county employees, generally speaking, in the treasurer and clerk's office. That we have remote offices in Glen Rock. So those are still being staffed. You also have projects going on. So it may be traveling 10 miles out of town to a project to inspect, whether it be our county surveyor or special projects. So it's not necessarily out of county traveling, although there is some. It is definitely limited, but there are just some things you can't do by Zoom. Staffing an office that's not in town is one of them, and visiting projects is another. So those are the kind of examples. A limited amount of out-of-county travel for sure. Most of the out-of-county travel involves the county attorney and their investigations and those processes, and sometimes the elected officials as they're dealing with legislative and other things that may have require in person and or Zoom. So those are the kind of travel we would have. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any follow-up, any further question, any comment, any color that either Ms. Blackwell or Mr. Miller or anyone wants to add? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that we do not fund this request.
Okay, a motion has been made not to fund. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? That motion fails. There is a second. Secretary Buchanan, thank you. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just commend Converse County. They're just knocking it out of the park in terms of dealing with COVID and the way they're responding in their hospital. We all know they're doing an awesome job. So this has nothing to do with them or the work they're doing. I think this, to me, gets into the territory of everything can be COVID related. We could build new state office buildings so that people have offices instead of cubes. We need a new vehicle fleet. And I'm throwing out examples that are more egregious than this request, but I guess that's the reason for my motion.
I appreciate that, Madam Auditor.
And Mr. Chairman, I would echo those same comments. They're doing a phenomenal job of making the most of the resources that are available, and I commend them for that. I just look at this and I can't get to the COVID related aspect of it, and so that's why I seconded the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please indicate with a thumbs up or an aye. I have the auditor, I have the superintendent, I have the secretary. Thumbs down would be a nay, and that would be the treasurer. That motion prevails. We do not fund. Thank you, Commissioner Willix, for explaining that. And now I have Mr. Rudd or Rude.
It is rude. It is rude as spelled. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And maybe I can articulate what my colleague was struggling with in the home health environment as well. Our cars are not just vehicles to transport us to places. They're part of our PPE. I spent 10 years as a law enforcement officer, and I was very acutely aware of how much my car was always entitled my coffin. And it became a part of my cleanliness, my daily habits, my daily awareness, and my daily focus. And my staff feels the same way about theirs. Most of my staff are parents, mothers, and family people. And so every day that they come to work to service the sick and afflicted, the infirmed, and the people that are stuck at home who need our care desperately, they bring their vehicle with their child seat, with their bags, with their clothes, and they drive to these houses to service their needs. Vehicles as PPE are a necessity. I have, I believe, 4 family members of employees that are sick throughout the entirety of my brand because their spouse goes to work every day and services as heroes the needs of our problem. And this week, one of my employees lost a father, having drugged the sickness home with him. My nursing homes don't need extra cars. My hospitals don't need extra cars. But my home health uses cars as the hallways to provide service to the very people that we are trying to keep alive. These are not frivolous things. And Madam Auditor, I agree. We've all kind of become armchair epidemiologists. I founded a company called EduSource, and we're trying to teach people how to stay safe by providing infection control measures to people. You know, we are working our darndest, and with my MBA and zero science classes, I've learned more than I ever thought I could learn about virology. But what I have really learned is that stemming the spread is the tool that we have. Even the vaccine, and I believe in it, and I will get it, and I am looking forward to it, has an 18-month arc to herd immunity. If we're going to rent cars every single day for the next 18 months, I don't think it's the most efficient spend. We have found modestly priced vehicles that are serviceable to the use of Wyoming roads to keep my employees and mostly their families safe. And I would encourage you to reconsider, but also consider mine in that light.
Thank you, Mr. Rood. Are there questions? Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
So, Mr. Rood, could you help me understand how the vehicles will one employee be assigned to one vehicle all the time?
Yeah, we currently have a fleet of 3. We're looking to augment with 4 more, and that will limit the number of employees that have to take their personal vehicle from their home to report to duty. They would ride to work in their own vehicle. They would pick up one of our fleet vehicles, and then they would go service the day in that fleet vehicle. And then exiting, they could change into clean clothes to take home.
And so just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, does each new car is only used by the same employee all the time?
We would have the ability to disinfect them in between shifts. So throughout our set, we work 7 days a week and often well into the night. So they would be contained to one employee, but it isn't necessarily about the employee infection as much as it is about the COVID infection that they're serving. These vehicles essentially would become hot. And so we would need to make sure that our employees are safe and wearing PPE at all times, but that way they're not at least bringing it home.
Thank you.
Further questions? Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board? I would entertain a motion. I'll call one more time if there's a motion to be made. Madam Director, I believe that item fails for lack of a motion. Thank you, Mr. Rood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the list, we're moving out of the vehicles and we're moving on to number 16, which is Riverton Memorial Hospital LLC, DBA Sage West Healthcare. The request is for $43,005 for training equipment. And as I understand, this equipment helps with certification of healthcare providers that may have let training lapse and other things due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Perhaps Pat or Beth could provide a little more color on this, but the concern is whether or not this training equipment or access could be could be leased or otherwise used other than through this. I think that's what the issue is. Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Pat.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Director Scoggin put it very well. The question is this training available online, or is there another way of getting this training that would be more cost effective? And I believe the applicant is represented to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me just ask Ms. Blackwell if there's anything that she would add to this, and then I'll recognize Mr. Boley.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boley.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thanks again for hearing me. I'm representing Sage West as president of the Wyoming Hospital Association. And this equipment is vital, and things have changed as always with COVID. There were waivers in place early on, but the Joint Commission and CMS has changed that. So now all of our nurses, CNAs, and other healthcare providers need to be certified in advanced life support, in CPR, and in other life-saving measures. So this equipment would allow the staff of the hospitals to do their training and retain their certification. And it's done in a manner so that they wouldn't be exposed or be in close proximity to others. There's not an online program. It's mannequins, dummies, things that they can practice and show their proficiency with. And, we hope maybe that the waivers would stay in place so that the certification wouldn't be required, but that stopped about a month and a half ago. And so this would allow them to continue to keep those certifications and be ready to care for COVID and other patients as they come into the facilities. That answer any questions for you?
Thank you, Mr. Boley. And I'm let me ask a question. I'm mindful of the fact that in the case of Sage West, this would be a property of Sage West, which is a private concern. And I guess I'm wondering if there is the ability to share this equipment, because clearly I think other hospitals might need that same, if I'm understanding you correctly, might need that same that same sort of training for certification. And if so, is there something the hospital association can do so that equipment can be more readily available around the state?
Mr. Chairman, Governor, I think that's a great question. And I think some of my facilities probably already have that equipment, but there are others that don't. And we would be happy to work with Sage West and our facilities to make that readily available. We could coordinate transport of that equipment or whatever is necessary so that others could utilize it for sure.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, Mr. Boley, can any of this equipment be leased or any of the training accessed online?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, so there's a physical component to this, and so the mannequins and dummies really can't be leased, and there is part of it that can be done virtually or online as far as some of the training is concerned, but this is the actual equipment that allows them to practice chest compressions, emergency breathing, other things. So it actually needs to be purchased. And I think you've got infection control issues. I've never heard of anybody actually leasing this equipment, but I do think that for the better good, the thought that the governor had to make it available to other facilities so they can keep that certification, I think it makes great sense. And I think it could really fill a need in more than just one area of the state.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Boley.
Auditor Racines.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Boley, does this, setting aside the conversation of sharing the equipment, which I think is a wonderful idea, or allowing others to access it, who is the intended audience?
Mr. Chairman, Auditor, so this would be all of the staff at both the hospitals, Lander and Riverton. So your physicians, your PAs, nurse practitioners, anyone that may do, even when I was running the hospital in Kemmer, I was CPR certified, and EMTs, nurses, CNAs, a whole laundry list. Your lab techs may have it. It gives them all the ability, but there are certain certifications for like CRNAs and anesthesiologists where they have to, and doctors, they have to do advanced life support and other things that is different than CPR. This gives them the full gamut so they can do all of that training.
And Mr. Chairman, one follow-up, and Mr. Boley, you may not know this, but has the Riverton Hospital stopped caring for COVID patients?
Mr. Chairman, Auditor, that's a good question. I thought it would probably come up. So they had an outbreak in their staff. And so the inpatient side of Riverton has transferred to Lander for a short period of time. Thanks to the funding that the governor made available to us and the mountains we've been moving, we've got staff coming in. There are 12 new staff members that are supposed to hit the ground. And so it's just a temporary closure. They're still doing ER and other practices there, but they've closed the inpatient side just for a short period of time until they can get the staff up and going, and then it'll be back fully functioning as it was just a week or so ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions? Further questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Treasurer Meyer, did you have a motion, or Superintendent? I would entertain a motion. One more time, I would entertain a motion on item 16, Riverton Memorial Hospital LLC DBA Sage West Healthcare for training equipment. Seeing no motion, Madam Director, I think that fails.
Okay.
Next item, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that number 17 was withdrawn by the city of Casper. So that brings us to number 18, which is Teton Village Association. They are seeking $54,370 for a warming tent for ski areas that will have limited capacity in their lodges. And I believe the question here is the necessity aspect of it, how it's necessary to respond to or mitigate the public health emergency. And I would defer to Pat or to Beth with any additional color on this one.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
No comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Auditor Racines.
Mr. Chairman, a question for staff. What sort of entity is Teton Village Association?
Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell? Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, just one moment. I do believe it's an independent service district. I'm pulling up the application right now.
That's what I was going to say. I believe it's a special district.
Improvement district.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for staff, Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, and this may need to go to, I see Melissa is on. I'm struggling to, this sounds like a business need. And so I'm struggling to connect that to this stream of funding. If that makes sense. It sounds like it would have been appropriate for a business request from the ski resort, but I'm probably missing some link in there or something.
Thank you, Auditor. I probably recognize Melissa Turley. Ms. Turley, maybe you can bring some light to that question.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. I am Melissa Turley, the Executive Director of the Teton Village Association Improvement and Service District. Our members are the commercial businesses in Teton Village, and we plan to install this warming tent in the Village Commons, which is a public area in the middle of Teton Village that we own and manage for all of the visiting public in Teton Village. So this tent would be open and available for any guests, whether they bring their own food or purchase to-go food from one of the local restaurants, which are, as I'm sure you're aware, operating at limited capacity for indoor seating.
Thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess along the lines of the auditor's questioning there, I'm wondering why it didn't go to the Business Council. First of all, I think it's a good idea. I think it's reasonable to put in a warming tent so the businesses can increase their capacity and increase their viability. I'm not sure whether I guess the Improvement Service District is political subdivision, so they qualify. They're a qualified district under this program. Am I making the correct assumption? I guess I'd ask Pat or Beth or Brandy on that.
Mr. Miller or Mr. Peter. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do believe this would be a qualifying political subdivision under the state legislation.
Okay. And I guess the other question I'd have for Pat is whether or not under the state legislation, whether or not this is a purpose that was contemplated.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, the state legislation is very, very broad. And if this has the potential to increase the economic potential for Teton Village, then I believe it would fit within the state legislation. It's the CARES Act that's a little bit more narrow, and that's where the necessity question comes in. Is it necessary to set up an enclosed space for people to congregate in order to mitigate or respond to COVID?
Mr. Chairman, I guess clarification on the response. I think it's necessary to respond to it on an economic basis for being able to socially distance on a health basis. I'm not sure whether that crosses a bar or not, but I think those two things are definitely, true statements from that perspective.
All right, Mr. Treasurer, thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, am I
Further
able to
questions?
give a little further response?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Turley.
Again, during the summer, we facilitated in the Village Commons commons as public area outdoor seating for restaurants that was very valuable for social distancing. And so that's our intent with this warming tent. We did look for options to provide heated outdoor seating, but I think you're probably all well aware of the amount of snow and wind and the cold temperatures that we experience in Teton Village. And so as we explored an option that would somehow keep people a little bit warm while they ate some food, we really felt like this tent was the best option. We will, I realize it's an indoor scenario. We will keep both doors open to allow for airflow, and we will have, the tables are set, obviously social distance 6 feet apart, and we will have signage encouraging folks to be brief in their visits. So we do feel like this is something that we are able to offer to, again, the general public, whether they bring their own food in or whether they are patronizing one of the local businesses.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve this. Find it that it's the, and I don't know if we need a finding, but on it, but I think it definitely fits within the state guidelines. I think it fits within the federal guidelines from the standpoint that it's encouraging social distancing and mitigating the transmission of the COVID virus. So I would ask for it do pass on the $54,370 for the Teton Village Association.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to second.
Thank you, Auditor. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Any further? Yes, please, Madam Auditor.
I don't think this fits well into this program, but here's why I am hesitantly supporting it. I would have liked to see this go through the Business Council. I think that's a more appropriate route and it fits very well into their purpose. However, that's no good either because government entities were not eligible to go to the Business Council program. If they had been, I would have said, no, you're barking up the wrong tree. But I see that they couldn't have, that it is very much an anomaly that doesn't fit anywhere.
Mr. Chairman, I would echo those sentiments of the auditor. I have the same concerns, but I think this is at this point in time of the program and the need that's out there, this is the only port in the storm. So I would encourage a favorable consideration on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Madam Auditor. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Thumbs up from the auditor and from the treasurer. If you have a nay, thumbs down, please signify that now. Thumbs down from the superintendent and the secretary. I'm afraid I'm going to have to be a thumbs down on this one too. I think it's a stretch, but I do understand exactly the reasons why. So with that, the motion fails. Thank you, Madam Director. Do we have any more items on this list?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the cost effectiveness necessity concerns table for today.
Okay, and then what do we have left?
Mr. Chairman, we have the applications recommended for no funding left, and I believe there are 29 of those recommendations.
Thank you. Members of the board, we've been at this now a little over 3 hours. Would you like to take another break for a few moments? Let's come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. All right, it's now exactly 3 o'clock, 1500 hours. Thank you for being on time. Really appreciate it. I think we can drive hopefully to the end. Today, but I'm not going to jinx anything. So, Madam Director, I see that we have the auditor, Secretary Buchanan, Superintendent Bailo is just there. I'm sure Treasurer Maya will join us momentarily.
Mr. Chairman, this brings us to the applications recommended for no funding list. But before we dive right in, there are some applications which were previously tabled at the November 5th meeting that need to be untabled. So I will be happy to read the list of those.
I can tell her because she's been doing that lately too, but they're through My Chart now. Do you have a My Chart?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm happy to read the applications that need to be untabled in order to address them. We have number 2, Teton County. Number 6, Carbon County. Number 7, City of Casper, but that one has been withdrawn. Number 8, Sweetwater County. Number 11, again, City of Casper, that has been withdrawn. Number 22, Carbon County, and number 23, Crook County Medical Services.
All right. Well, thank you. So
Mr. Chairman, could you have the host turn my video on? I can't start my video, Mr. Chairman. This is Kurt.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, try it again, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay.
All right, there we are. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
How do we have to set that thing up, miss?
So I'm setting you up here. I'm going to give you the website to go on to. And
Mr. Treasurer, you're not muted.
Now he is. All right. Madam Director, I believe you indicated item number 2, Teton County radios. Item number 6, Carbon County electronic ticketing and citation equipment. There's no need to include item number 7, City of Casper, it's withdrawn. So it would mean item 8, Sweetwater County. Again, item 11's been withdrawn, so no need for that. And then item number 22 and also item number 23, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to untable item 2, 6, 8, 22, and 23.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Auditor Racinas and seconded by Superintendent Bailo. Motion in favor of pulling those from the table. All favorable votes indicate with a thumbs up. So I have that motion carrying. I'm not sure exactly what the treasurer did, but I have that motion carrying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Director.
So we do have some proposed groupings again on the not recommended for funding list. The first grouping would be number 1, High Desert Rural Healthcare District. number 2, Teton County, number 3, Town of Mountain View, and number 4, Uinta County. These requests all include radios and which the board has denied in similar applications as ineligible, but nevertheless, we have 4 of them here, thinking we could consider them all at the same time as the requests are very similar in nature.
Thank you, Madam Director, and I will mention that early on in the CARES Act funding, it was my belief that this was going to be a great way for us to be able to do things like build out some of our communications needs, and I believe that was roundly denied, and so Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell, do you want to add some color to that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything to add. I think you've summarized things well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the staff? Mr. Bump, I don't know if we have anybody who has raised their hand. I see Rosemary Lanta. Ms. Lanta, if you'd like to address the board.
Thank you, Governor and the board. First, I just want to highlight the fact that the radios that we purchased were not to replace existing equipment. We weren't upgrading. We weren't trying to retire our own responsibility for maintaining and keeping equipment. That there was a necessary and major change to our operational procedures in the Wamsutter EMS, which we fund, that necessitated the purchase. And as background, at the time we made the decision to make these unexpected expenses, to make the purchases on them, it was in the environment that we had also just made a decision to temporarily close our clinic in Wamsutter to allow the doctors that we contract through Memorial Hospital in Rock Springs to remain in Rock Springs for the 4 days a week and help the hospital fight the rising tide of COVID in the county. And we did that for the greater good. It was not an easy decision that we made, but it was the right decision. And turning to the expenses that we did find necessary for this, to make sure that we had informed decisions and we're not just making knee-jerk purchases at the time when so much was uncertain. This was back in April and May, and it was rapidly changing. To inform our decisions for the clinic, we brought in the environmental safety officer of the hospital to help us decide which were valid purchases and necessary purchases for the clinic. For the purchase of the radios for EMS, we turned to the CDC's guidance that was issued in April for EMS services. The Federal Task Force for Healthcare Reliance, which made a similar observation in terms of change of protocol, and the state of Wyoming's Office of EMS, who incorporated and published the CDC guidances. And what changed for us operationally is in those recommendations for EMS, the major change was that the recommendation was that for out of a 2-man crew, only 1 crew member leave the ambulance and approach the person who was having a medical emergency on the highway. The other person would, that's also the only person that would don and doff PPE. The other person would remain in the ambulance. The radios that we have used for years for ambulance service there are ambulance mounted, they're stationary. So knowing that the communication was going to be hampered by the two people being separated, not to mention the fact if any of y'all have driven this stretch from Rollins to Rock Springs that we are responsible for, you know that in the fall and winter, and let's face it, probably most of the seasons, having to yell back and forth from the position on the side of the road to the ambulance or to trudge back and forth could be a really costly delay in treatment for the patient. We didn't make the purchase lightly. We did base it on the necessary changes that we need to make to comply with the CDC guidance for EMS and also by the state and that federal task force. In terms of the availability of being able to lease the radios, because we are required to have the WildLink programs on our radios, it kind of renders the leasing part of it not viable, not to mention the fact all the sanitation that would be necessary on a piece of equipment that has to be constantly sanitized would probably render anything we lease not able to be returned under the lease. So, you know, the decision was very clear to us that this was a necessary change to support ambulances' protection of our essential workers, our patients. And we'd always have the concern that the way that COVID would enter the small community of Wamsutter would be twofold, through our busy loves and Conocos and the travel that goes through them, and from our ambulance crews returning from handling patients on the side of the road. So again, the purchases we made of the radios were a necessary purchase in order to support compliance with the CDC recommendations. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Land. Questions for any questions? Mr. Miller or Ms. Monger, you know, speaking about, and I personally struggled because I thought, you know, one of the things that Wyoming really depends on a lot is WyoLink. And can you kind of give the reasoning behind that not being an appropriate expenditure?
Mr. Chair, this is Brandy, and I think Jim Peters is on the line, and he might be a better position to do that. One of the problems with the WyoLink system on the state side is that it had been previously budgeted. That was one of the bigger problems with that. But Jim can speak to the rest of it because I think he was involved in those opinions.
Thank you, Ms. Munger. Mr. Peters.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Peters. I think the question came down to necessity and whether the communication equipment was going to be used, or sorry, let me back up. Necessity for a COVID related purpose and whether the communication equipment was going to be used for other emergencies or whether the expenditures were necessary to respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And so I think that was sort of, you know, a driving factor in considering whether purchasing radios and other communications equipment is necessary. It ultimately comes down to being a necessary determination. But when making that, it does depend whether it is for a COVID-19 related purpose or other emergency management purposes, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I think it is. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, how do you want to handle this, one at a time or all four? I'll leave that up to the decision of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for staff. I'm struggling with how the Teton County request is $150 and the Uintah County request is $336,000. And so while I'm inclined to deal with them all together, it seems that they're rather different. That might be a question for Beth, perhaps. Sorry.
Yeah, Ms. Blackwell.
Honestly,
Ms. Blackwell is. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, honestly, I think there are different types of radios that people are purchasing. Also, I believe Uintah County's request is more for a full system. It has antennas and other items related to it. Teton County's, I believe, are more simple radios that don't require all the additional bells and whistles, for lack of a better term. Really, I just think it's how many they're buying, what type they're buying, and what equipment they are purchasing to go along with those radios. I don't think there's just one type of radio that is the go-to type.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Jim Peters. I can chime in on the Teton County application. Those were specifically for two-way radios for the clerk of court. And so those are for court proceedings, just to allow for social distancing for bench conferences. So it was a very limited purpose for those radios on that list.
Thank you.
So this, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr. Secretary.
I would just, I mean, I think we probably have to take them one at a time, because after that description for Teton County, you know, maybe that one is appropriate. I don't know, but it seems like, I'm not sure we could lump them all together.
Okay. Well, let's start with number one. What is the, any further questions on High Desert Rural Healthcare District? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I feel I remember, and I have them in front of me, the previous requests that we have denied for radios. I do feel that this one is unique, and here's why. Most of the previous requests had to do with, you know, for example, like Beth described, entire communications, but generally in a replacement capacity, saying like, well, the old radios, the buttons aren't as cleanable and new ones would be more cleanable, which was certainly a stretch. The description by Ms. Lanto, where they did not have these before and did not need them, they operated in their car and only had to pivot and add this where they have one person leaving the vehicle. That makes sense to me. That's definitely due to COVID with that change in CDC guidance. So I would recommend approval of number one in the amount of $24,194.
Okay, I'm taking that as a motion, and it's been seconded by Secretary Buchanan. So that motion is in front of us. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up. I see the auditor, the secretary, and the superintendent thumbs up. Nays with a thumbs down. That motion carries. I don't know if the treasurer's feed has locked up. It appears to me it has. So we'll record that as a motion carries. Next would be Teton County. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
In looking at the application and hearing Mr. Peters's explanation, I would move that we approve item number 2 for Teton County radios in the amount of $150.
That might break us. It's been seconded. Thank you, Superintendent. You seconded the motion. Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I see 3 thumbs up. I do believe the treasurer's feed has locked up. So we'll just make that part of the record. Number 3, we have the town of Mountain View. Are there any questions about the town of Mountain View's request? Is there anyone from the town of Mountain View? I see Penny Robbins. Ms. Robbins, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the town of Mountain View and their radios, it is the hand packs that our officers carry, and they were having a lot of problems receiving signals, the batteries not holding a charge, and not being able to replace the batteries on it. And they just felt like they needed to purchase those, especially in the case of a COVID emergency, and trying to protect everyone involved with that. Also, along with the request with the radios for that, I did not understand, and I lumped in also our communications as far as our Zoom and Team Viewer and stuff that we work with in order for me to work remotely from home, and my cell phone too, so that we were distanced here in the office.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Robbins in addition?
Ms. Robbins,
Madam Auditor.
what is the breakdown of those costs, please?
I have it right here. The radios were $4,654. And the other communications was 1,000, I believe 346.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, it appeared you had sort of the same question, but I did want to recognize you.
Thank you. It was, and then I would just, now that we have that information, and we can make the appropriate motion, because I'm sure the auditor has her calculator out. From what I heard, I'm not terribly convinced on the radios themselves. It sounds like they might have needed replacing regardless of the situation we're in, notwithstanding that the situation we're in, we need all of these things, but it sounds like they needed to be replaced regardless of where we are now. So I just wanted to make that observation.
Okay. Thank you. Further comments, questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval in the amount of $1,346 for the communication endeavors, including the Zoom license. I would exclude the radios.
That motion has been made. It's been seconded by Secretary Buchanan. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up. The treasurer's feed is back on and he has indicated a positive, so that motion carries. Thank you very much. Next, we have Uinta County, $336,482. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, is there anyone from Uinta County who would like to address the board? Mr. Bump, do you have any indication of anybody who might want to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any hands up currently. If there is anyone that would wish to speak to this, please raise your hand.
Mr. Bump, I think Brian Anson has raised his hand, so I would recognize Mr. Anson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brian Anson. I'm with the Uinta County Communications Department. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Our request is an addition to our current system, not necessarily a replacement. It's going to allow us to have, I guess, better coverage for our system, being that the demands of COVID are really kind of stretching our system out here with responding to calls, and this was designed so that we may be able to shift the load a little more to a newer system, not a replacement. And I think that was commented by somebody else, that it looked like we were trying to replace our current system, and it's going to be an addition to.
Thank you, Mr. Anson. Any questions from Mr. Anson? Any question, Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Anson. Can you just tell us how this is specifically related to COVID, like prompted by COVID?
It's going to allow us to have our own data network and leveraging some of the options that are currently available, using the said data network, with as far as a telephony type device, being able to get information to our EMS more reliable. That's kind of, I apologize, I don't have a better answer for you. That was some things that was discussed with our sheriff and our EMS crew and our fire district.
Thank you, Mr. Anson. Mr. Secretary, any follow-up?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Further questions, comments? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move denial of the request to Uinta County in the amount of $336,482, being consistent with our prior decision making.
Second.
That motion has been made and seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Thank you for
All
taking
in
your
favor?
time.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. All in favor of the motion to not fund, please signify with a thumbs up. I see that is universal. Thank you very much, Madam Director. I think that concludes our communications.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Next on the list, number 5 and number 6, City of Orland is asking for $39,816 for electronic ticketing and citation equipment. Carbon County, number 6, is also asking for funding for electronic ticketing and citation equipment in the amount of $152,290.
Thank you. Is anybody from the staff want to embellish on that? Seeing none, are there any questions from the board to staff? If there are none, I see Wendy Newborough again. Wendy, Ms. Newborough, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. Earlier today, I believe Carbon County was recommended for funding for the mobile data terminals, and we're very appreciative of that. The quote that you see in front of you for the $152,290 is for both the DigiTicket equipment and software, along with the software to be installed on the mobile data terminals that was approved earlier. So I received another quote from Motorola Solutions in the amount of $107,000. That would be the software to install on those mobile data terminals to get them up and functioning so we can use them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I see multiple issues with these requests, but I'll start with one in the form of a question for Ms. Newborough. Is I'm somewhat familiar with the implementation of electronic ticketing, and it is not a month-long endeavor. But please correct me if I'm wrong. And my question being that I don't think that this software can be programmed and implemented and in use by December 30th.
You would be correct.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Any further comments, questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
May I move these together? I didn't know if we had someone else to speak to the other one.
No, I think your motion can group 5 and 6. I don't see anybody else preparing to address the board.
Mr. Chairman, I would move denial of requests 5 and 6.
A motion's been made. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor of the motion? Is there any discussion on it? I'm sorry. All in favor of the motion signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries, Director. I see everybody's thumbs are up.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to number 8, as number 7 was withdrawn. Number 8 is the Sweetwater County. This is related to the event center. They are seeking $45,604 for equipment to provide virtual tours and electronic booking software for events. And the concern is whether it's reasonably necessary to mitigate or respond to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Any questions for the staff? Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, can you just, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but do you have any recollection on, it seems like there was a similar request from Camplex and we had quite a lengthy discussion. Do you remember what the outcome of that vote was? Thank you, Beth, if you're looking that up.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Beth and Pat. My recollection is a little foggy at this point in the day. So my apologies, Madam Superintendent.
My apologies for putting you on the spot, Madam Director and Mr. Governor.
Thank you. Beth was on momentarily. Well, she's been on, but she illuminated herself momentarily. Mr. Miller, do you have a recollection on this?
Mr. Chairman, if I recall correctly, the Amplex was funded at $100,000, but they did not provide an itemized breakdown. So I believe the board funded expenditures similar to what Sweetwater Event Center was funded at last time and declined to fund the AV touring equipment. But that's a record. I'm working my way back through the minutes to see if I can find them.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might follow up.
Yes.
I think that the question that I'm driving at is that there was a good discussion about the necessity of that in order to plan for future events, given the situation that COVID has created with ability to market through current events. And so if there is someone here from the Sweetwater Event Center, I would certainly like them to discuss why their current practices or previous practices do not work and why this would be necessary. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I see that there is a Christina Marshall. Or Christina Marshall, Ms. Marshall.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So this is Christina Marshall from Sweetwater County. It almost seems weird to talk to you before dinner time compared to the other meetings. So I will proceed. I'm here speaking for the events complex, and you are correct, Madam Superintendent. This was part of one application in which you already approved a lot of items for signage and cleaning, sanitizing. You also denied tables, chairs, and I can understand how that perception was not consistent with the CARES Act. But I do want to make sure to emphasize to you that since your approval last month, the events complex has been able to reschedule over 90% of their events because of the previous approval. Now, today, we're asking you to approve the technical equipment. To answer your question, I want to be very clear. This is not for long-term infrastructure or strategic planning. This request is to implement immediately. And you have to understand that many of the events that the events complex is dealing with is requiring changes to move from large general sessions, and they will be using many smaller rooms to break their participants into more manageable groups. So that means that they would need to live stream from one area and then go into satellite rooms. To give you an example, they were able to convince the RV rally that was scheduled for last June to come back. That will have 700 to 800 RVs with 1,500 guests, but they're requiring to have dozens of smaller sessions for their participants. This technology is to carry that out. Also, it is needed to manage a lot of these multiple bookings simultaneously. So in a sense, COVID, it's an unsafe environment, but it's also for these events a logistical nightmare to manage. But right now, the events complex is also receiving requests from many local, county, and regional businesses. They're looking for space to host trainings and meetings. As you know, people don't want to travel, but they also need space at the local level to have participants in. They would need screens for that. As far as the deadline of December 30th, I would like to confirm that the events complex is scheduled to host some large church events, 4-H fundraiser, and also a corporate meeting that would utilize this immediately. None of this was previously purchased, budgeted, or planned for the long term. It is 100% linked to COVID, and it's responding to identified community needs concerning the pandemic. With that, I have 2 final points to state. So I want to reference the Treasury's Coronavirus Relief Fund frequently asked questions dated October 19th, 2020, number 45 on page 9. It asks, may recipients use fund payments to remarket the recipient's convention facilities and tourism industry? The answer is yes, if the costs of such remarketing satisfy the requirements of the CARES Act. Expenses incurred to publicize the resumption of activities and steps taken to ensure a safe experience may be needed due to the public health emergency. We strongly feel this is part of that category. And then my very last point is we did pull a copy of the Camplex's application. It was approved by the board on October 1st for $100,000. We provided an itemized list on theirs. They did include, and I'm quoting the application, it included equipment to conduct virtual events and tours. This would include, for example, screens, microphones, and video camera, creation of virtual tour web videos and pictures, software programs that can offer online attendance options to help reduce the number of attendees. And with that, I am happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Ms. Blackwell.
Well, she kind of stole my thunder by reading Camplex's application after I tried to figure out what meeting that was and where I could find it. But I think the main difference here is probably that electronic ticketing equipment. I don't believe that was part of Camplex's request. I believe, honestly, that may have been a request from the Casper Event Center that may have been denied. I'm still trying to dig into that. It's somewhere in the 500 apps, so I'm still looking, but if anyone remembers differently, please speak up. Many memories are better than mine.
Mr. Miller or Mr. Peters or Ms. Munger, do you have any additional comments?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, further comments, further questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, if you're, I'm sorry, Superintendent, I'll recognize you.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to make a motion. I feel like a piece of the puzzle is missing with respect to the similar vote with potentially Casper Events Center for the same equipment. I wonder if we could circle back to this once we have that answer. For me, that's kind of that's pivotal.
Thank you. I see some nods of agreement from fellow board members. Treasurer Meyer, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I finally found my cursor. But in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I know I know that we didn't agree with the electronic ticketing in a couple of different instances. I think it's probably short-sighted from our part or from whoever is saying it's not eligible, because I'd rather have the electronic ticketing on this and not have to grab a piece of paper from somebody, you know, and carry it around with me all day long. So, but that being said, I think if we're going to be consistent, we probably have to take the electronic ticketing out but keep the other equipment for the virtual tours there. And I think that probably could serve some double service in there, where you could split up people and use some screens or whatever it is to get your social distancing. So do we have a number that takes the electronic booking out?
Mr. Treasurer, I think we can get that. We did talk about moving on and coming back with some more information here in just a moment. So I think I'll take that as a recommendation for the research as well. And maybe Ms. Marshall can answer that here in a moment when we come back. And I do apologize, trying to work efficiently through this, but I think there are very good points that were raised. So let's move on to number 9, Madam Director, and then we can come back in a couple of moments to the Sweetwater.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Number 9 is for Hot Springs County. The applicant is requesting $39,635 in funding for electronic GIS. I believe the board has denied expenditures for GIS in the past, but I would yield to Pat or Jim or somebody who can provide a little more color on the GIS. I've been looking through the application and for whatever reason it escapes me. I'm not finding it.
Mr. Miller, do you have? Yep, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board previously denied GIS software upgrade in the amount of, I believe, $60,000. I believe the idea behind the software is that it will make it easier for people on job sites to access state or local records regarding the job sites. And I believe it was not similar enough to telework, was the determination of the board at the last meeting.
Mr. Miller, that is sort of my recollection as well. Certainly understand the connection to COVID, but I think it was not the primary possibility for that. Further discussion? Further questions, comments? Mr. Bump, I don't see, I'm assuming Ms. Marshall stays on for Sweetwater. I don't see anyone else raising their hand from Hot Springs.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I see no other hands at the moment.
All right, Mr. Treasurer. You're on mute, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a do not fund recommendation on number 9 GIS for $39,635.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Been seconded by the auditor was first to the switch, so that motion is on the table. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the do not fund, signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have thumbs up all the way across the board. Thank you. Next matter, why don't we we'll do one more before we go back to Hot Springs. I mean, sorry, to Sweetwater, number 10, Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the next item is number 10, which is Fremont County. They are seeking $36,043. $7,000 of that is for a Connex container to store food. And as I understand it from the application, that this is to provide dry, non-temperature controlled detention supply storage. $5,000 of the request is for library collection materials. And then $24,042 is for security cameras for the library. And I would defer to Mr. Miller or Ms. Blackwell if there's any additional color on this.
Mr. Miller, Ms. Blackwell.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I see Clerk Freeze has raised her hand.
Afternoon.
Clerk, Julie, would love to hear.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. I did get some updated information on the Connex box, if I could talk about that specifically first. So the way that we are handling prisoners since COVID is that we can no longer have traditional food services, meaning the trays and the silverware that they have for prisoners. And those were the type that you washed and then returned them and used them again. So we are now serving on plastic or paper plates and using plastic. And so we're having to find room for the storage of those type of materials, which we did not have previously, obviously, when we're washing those again and again. They also are using that area for any of the other storage type of items that they can get. I know it's really hard to find some products right now. And when you do find them, if you get them in bulk, it's a better deal to try to gather up what you need. So those are the two things. I just did want to add that we're not serving traditionally anymore.
Thank you. Madam Superintendent, I see a question.
Thank you. Julie, I appreciate that information and just wondering if that's a requirement or if that's something that you all are choosing to do to be more sanitary.
Madam Superintendent, I cannot answer that specifically. I know that they've made the change, so I'm going to say that our sheriff knows what is required of him and what is okay for them to do. And I'm going to guess that they chose to do that, but it's still within the legal bounds of how they feed their prisoners.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Follow up, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the reason that I'm asking is, really just driving at, is this a temporary till we get through and then it's no longer necessary, or is this something that is a new practice that you've adopted? So I'm not necessarily sure that that's germane to what our voter decision will be, but it is a clarifying question to just help understand the necessity. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And then I didn't have too much really to add to the libraries. They had sent you, or they had given to me to send to you their reasoning on the ebooks and the books and for their security. And I'm just going to let those stand with how they requested those. I don't have anything else to add to those.
Thank you, Clerk Freeze. Any comment, question? Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move to not fund this request.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Seeing no second, that motion fails. The Superintendent, did you did raise right at the last moment a second? So the motion is.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, for being late on that. I second the motion if it's not too late.
No, that's okay. The motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the motion to do not fund, please signify with the thumbs up. I see the superintendent and the auditor and the secretary all have thumbs up. Any nays? Treasurer Meyer is thumbs down. And I will stay with the treasurer on this one. So thank you. That motion does carry. Thank you, Clerk Freeze. So, Ms. Blackwell, do we have some information on item number 9?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in our quick and frantic research, we were able to determine that Platte County was denied digital ticketing of this sort. City of Cheyenne, the Camplex didn't have anything specific like this in their application that we could find. And then Casper was denied the AV equipment for the, I believe, the digital virtual tours.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Further discussion? Comments? We're back on item number 9, which is, or excuse me, item number 8, which is Sweetwater County Event Center, $45,604. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that it's more important for the Sweetwater facility to have that virtual capacity. It's a smaller facility, a lot more constricted versus the Casper Event Center or the Camplex. And so for them to be competitive and be able to market their facility, I think that in light of COVID, I think it's important for them to have that capacity. And so I would make a motion that to fund the virtual tours part, but not the electronic booking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And Ms. Marshall, I guess I was wondering, did you have any further information on the breakdown between the two items.
So Mr. Governor or Chairman and members of the board, I guess I'm a little confused. In the request, there is a total of $26,983.90 for virtual tours and events. And again, that is pivotal for splitting up groups into smaller satellite rooms so that, you know, before we'd all be in the main hall, but now they have to be split up. So that is critical for communication. The iPads, the 10 iPads are for contactless ticketing, ID scanning, and entries. And then the final item, which actually I thought you were questioning, was the booking software for a total of $18,620. If it's, you know, we understand you're in a difficult position. The events complex was trying to propose how it could implement the safest environment possible. If the booking software is problematic, if you think it's not essential, I mean, we're fine with that. I know as a top priority though, trying to conduct the virtual tours and the contactless ticketing is very important to the events complex. The booking software though, I mean, it's a logistical issue about tracking people, and that's why they thought it was important. I'm hoping this helps you with this activity.
Ms. Blackwell has her hand raised.
I can share an itemized list if the board would like to see that on my screen.
I think the treasurer is indicating that. And Mr. Treasurer, this is to help sort of you with, yeah. So that'd be great. Thank you, Ms. Blackwell.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Madam Auditor.
If Beth could repeat what she just said about what we funded and did not fund for the event center. The Casper Event Center, sorry.
Let me find that piece of paper. So for Platte County, we denied virtual ticketing. City of Cheyenne, that was denied. Casper Event Center, AV equipment was denied. And the Camplex, they didn't have anything specific to e-ticketing within their application.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure where the ticketing is in this a breakdown. The booking software is at the e-ticketing. Okay. I guess what I guess the virtual part of it would be the smart screen, the camera, the projector, and I'm not sure. I guess it would be those. Is that right, Beth? And I know it's a little inconsistent with what we allowed or disallowed with the event center, but these are two different properties. The event center can operate multiple crowds because they have a great number of rooms, and they can have those events. The Sweetwater complex necessarily to have the events and split out the crowds, or they need the technology. And so that's why I think it's important to do that, to keep the social distancing. Where the other facilities can social distance, this facility can't do it without the technology.
So, Mr. Treasurer, thank you.
So it's the 16,776, the 15,18, and the 1,400. That's what I'm suggesting we approve out of the 40 some thousand. I agree with the presenter that all of them are necessary to have an efficient operation up there, but and a safe operation. But we haven't gone down the electronic ticketing road on any of them. So I can't cross that line.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second the motion.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up if it's an aye. So, and if it's a nay, thumbs down. I see the superintendent's thumbs down, and motion carries. Madam Director, everyone else is an aye. Thank you. Ms. Marshall, thank you for helping to clarify the request.
Thank you, and I apologize it took so much time. So good luck with the rest.
No worries. Mindful of that, board, it is about 4:06. I'm the wisdom of the director and her team in setting aside some time tomorrow, as opposed to going to 11:30 at night. I want to recognize and thank her for that. What is your pleasure? I think we have, what do we have left in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more items. It's up to you. Do you want to mush on and do a few more? Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, my preference would be that we begin again afresh in the morning. I believe that we've all set aside time to do so, and that would be my preference. I'm one of many involved in this, though.
I can go with that, Mr. Chairman. I second that motion.
I see the secretary. All right, auditor. Any opposition to that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would have said let's get it done, but it's clear I'm going to be outvoted on that one.
I could have gone through this page, but I don't think I could have made the second page, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, with that, I would entertain a motion to, I guess, what's the appropriate thing? Recess till tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe a motion to recess would be in order.
Okay, if someone wants to make a motion to recess, and then it'll be recess to what, 8 o'clock in the morning, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have set aside from 8 until 11 tomorrow to address additional CRG applications.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent, I'll see you.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion. And also I see that there is a question in the chat about re-registering to talk, or should they use the same link as today? And I guess I would have that same question as well, but I recall something in my email. So my question's answered, but our attendees have that question.
and I'll let Mr. Bump address that here in just a second, but thank you. You've made the motion. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Mr. Bump, would you just briefly mention how this will happen tomorrow?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. There is an additional link for tomorrow's meeting. It's on our website on the public notice. If people haven't yet, just go to our website front page. On the public notice, there's the link for the continuance on Friday, tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Bump. That motion's been made. It's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an eye. I have 3 up and 2 down, so I will join the auditor in that. So that motion does carry, even though Mr. Buchanan put all of his digits in the air. and the treasurer gave me the victory signal 1 finger at a time. So.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just teasing.
I know.
All right. Well, Madam Director, thank you very much. Those who have attended today, thank you very much. We'll take this up again tomorrow. And with that, we will stand adjourned.
Okay.
Or not adjourned, I'm sorry, recessed.
Recess. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.